members, the House Chairperson in both houses have been elected. Good morning and welcome to Parliament TV. This is the live coverage of the 2024 opening of Parliament address. We're coming to you live from the City Hall, and Cape Town is as cold today. It's raining, it's cold, but here we are bringing you this live coverage of Parliament TV. But I'm not alone. I'm with my co-presenter, Tsepo.
Of course, Tebinkosi, today we gather here for a momentous occasion as President Cyril Ramaphosa convenes a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces to deliver the opening of Parliament address for the 7th administration. The OPA is being held under the theme, My Parliament, My Voice, My Future.
And the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, has convened this joint sitting of Parliament to deliver his opening of Parliament address as empowered by Section 84 of the Constitution, which grants the President the authority to summon a joint sitting of both Houses of Parliament for an extraordinary session to conduct special business. It stands as one of the few occasions that brings the three arms of the state, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary under one roof, reaffirming commitment across all branches of state to democratic principles, accountability, and cooperation in the pursuit of national progress and prosperity. It is crucial to understand that the opening of Parliament address is distinct from the State of the Nation address. According to the new joint rules of Parliament, the OPA occurs once every 5 years following the national and provincial elections, marking the official start of the new five-year term of Parliament.
Yes, and the State of the Nation address, on the other hand, is delivered annually in February. It serves to outline the government's plans and priorities for the year and report on the state of the nation. It is essential not to confuse or equate the OPA and the SONA. There are distinct events, each with its own purpose and significance. Now, as we said, we are live outside the Cape Town City Hall, and today we'll be sharing the stage doing the segment of hashtag Youth Take Oath. We will be joined by the former Member of Parliament, Ms. Nompendula Mkhatshwa, and the former KZN MPL, Mbali Ntuli, and they will be doing a short interview with the Speaker of the National Assembly. Stay tuned.
Fellow South Africans, good morning. My name is Nompendula Mkhatshwa. I'm a former Member of Parliament in the National Assembly who chaired the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation.
And I'm Mbali Ntuli from KZN. I was a provincial legislature from 2014 to 2022. I sat in numerous committees, lots of responsibility, and we're very excited to be here this morning.
We definitely are. This morning we're bringing to you hashtag the Youth Take Oath, which will be a segment of Parliament TV profiling the new members of Parliament who are under the age of 35, understanding who they are and what it is they have installed to serve citizens of South Africa over the next 5 years.
And of course, we're in rainy Cape Town today for the auspicious opening of Parliament, which is slightly different to SONA, because this really gives us an opportunity to hear what our legislatures have in store for us for the next 5 years. So it's far more visionary, gives a far more comprehensive look of really what's going to be going on. And having come from the exciting election that we have, we're really excited to be speaking to various chairpersons, deputy ministers, ministers, to really get a sense. So please stay tuned today while we take you through our exciting guests. And of course, we'll also be on the red carpet and we'll cross live to the President to get some real feedback about what is actually going to be happening.
So the segment is called hashtag the Youth Take Oath. And Bali, a lot of people have felt that there's never been young members of Parliament. I remember when we came in 2019, there was a buzz. But actually, we have had members of Parliament since 1994. But I mean, we've had the likes of Buti Manamela, who came in under the age of 35, Tasneem Mutara, Lindiwe Mazibuko, Phumzile van Dam, and a number of other young people, right? So this idea that we are the first cohort is actually not true.
It isn't, and I think that what's been really great about our country is that we've always tried to put young people at the center, and coming from KZN, we've always prided ourselves on having a very exciting young person who became a parliamentarian at just 29. I don't think that she needs much introduction, but she has been somebody that we've all looked up to in KZN, and she now holds the highest position, I think, in our country's most important democratic institution, and is really in charge of the oversight oversight, and really making sure that we are going to have the accountability from our parliamentarians that we really need in South Africa. So,
Sure. I feel like we need a drum roll right now. So, to kick off the hashtag the Youth Take Oath, our first guest is none the other, the Honourable Speaker of the Parliament of South Africa in the 7th Administration, Mam Togo Titiza. We need like a poo, 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 poo. Ma, welcome.
Thank you.
It's so great to have you on the show. You know, I was telling Umbali earlier on that when we were sworn in 2019, you had so many conversations with us as young women, and I've kept many of those conversations as like a life jacket of some sort to get me past, you know, through the last 5 years. But so thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Togo Titiza, 1994. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm speaking to you. Togo Titiza, 1994. She's 29. She's later, very soon, in the Ministry of Agriculture. And we know how agriculture looked like in 1994, if it still looks the way it looks in 2024, with, of course, all the transformation that has taken place. Take us through Togo Titiza, the young girl who's 29 in 1994.
Well, thank you very much, Nobendulo and Bali. It is indeed an exciting moment that today we're reflecting on the role of young people in our democratic institution as a country. And I always say we owe it to a number of young people in our country, those who came before us, even before 1994, who actually anchored the role of young people in our struggle for freedom. And when I came in 1994, as a young person, as an activist, I was already the Secretary General of the Women's National Coalition since 1992, which was tasked in producing the Women's Charter for Effective Equality. But young people, particularly those of the African National Congress, actually made a point that a cohort of us were able to come together in Parliament in that first democratic institution, not only to affirm the role that young people can play in public office, but also to actually ensure that we change the lives of our people generally in South Africa for the better.
So, Ma, those of you who came in 1994, you weren't the only young person in 1994?
I was not the only young person in 1994. We had the likes of Peter Mugaba, we had Mnyamezeli Boy, we had people like Pax Mankatlane, who actually was asked by the Youth League to actually go into the administration and be the spokesperson of President Nelson Mandela. They negotiated with President Mandela and made sure that I actually was in the slot, in the list where Pax Mankatlane was. You had people like Mcebisi Skwatsha who came in at the time. So there were many young people who already in that 1994, Rapum Lekana, there are many others, I may not count all of them, who actually came in during that period as young people in the democratic institutions.
Bali, that's history we don't know, because we're always made to feel like, wow, you know, every time young people are sworn into Parliament. So where do you think, and Bali, maybe we can continue this conversation with Ma, where do you think we've lost the ability to track the fact that we've had young people come into Parliament since 1994?
And I think just to add on to that question, the other is, what could we be expecting maybe in this particular administration in terms of the support? I mean, I know that I've been in the legislature, so not necessarily Parliament, and there's been things that have been done there by the speakers, because obviously they run the House. Is there some kind of discussion happening on just being able to support young people, because a lot of them are first-timers, a lot of them are, this is, for some people, their first job that they've ever really had. And I know sometimes they can be lost through the cracks because things happen so fast. Is there something that you've been thinking of, or is that something that I think you might consider?
I must say that one of the platforms that Parliament has done, beyond just the general induction of parliamentarians, it's also forming the Youth Caucus, which enables young people to reflect among themselves what are the issues of their constituency that they need to raise, regardless of the parties they may come from. I also think the Youth Parliament offers that opportunity where young people in a public forum can be able to express what are the youth issues that as a society we need to be alive to, but also we need to deal with both in the executive, in the legislature, but also incorporate. Because at times, when we focus our challenges and critique, it's largely on the public sector, whereas the participation of young people, in my view, must actually permeate across all sectors of our society, including the corporates. One of the things we need to do, and as a speaker, obviously, engaging with the Youth Caucus, is to ask, what are those issues where they might need added support that is specific to young people? And I must say that one of the issues in 1994, both as women and young people, we had to address, is that when we come to Parliament, some of us are at the time where we are building our families. So the issues of childcare, which might seem very peripheral, becomes very important. The issues of balancing the time between family and work also becomes very important. And those are the issues that we need to infuse in the work and the programming of Parliament. For instance, in the fifth administration, we had to make sure that Women's Caucus is integral in the programming of Parliament, because it was like, okay, women can find their space. But we said, no, if we're honest about women's emancipation in our country, we need to make sure that we create a dedicated time for women to be able to reflect on what are the issues that we still need to address as a society to deal with emancipation of women in our country, but also globally.
I think that that's such a great point. Firstly, about the families. When I was in the legislature, I was also a young woman who was about to have a baby. And everyone was very keen to tell me about how Mamtsoro Didiza was the first politician in our parliament to actually have a baby in democratic South Africa. So I felt a little bit relieved. And then also in terms of Women's Caucus, I think you make an absolutely great point about the support across the political spheres. And Nami, I've also had Omama in the legislature who have also been political mentors for me from all different parties, so it's incredibly important. Nompendulo, I don't know, just in terms of going forward and what you see for yourself, because this is also a very exciting time for you personally and professionally. How are you feeling? This is a bit more of a touchy-feely question, but I'm really interested. You've had such an illustrious career. This is really great, and it's wonderful to see you honored in this area. How are you feeling on a personal note?
Well, I must say that on a personal note, it's a heavy responsibility, and it's an honor that South Africans, particularly those in the legislature, were able to actually nominate me to be the Speaker of South Africa's National Assembly. It's not an easy task. And one appreciates that continuously we need to learn from those who are before us, but also with those that are with us and those that come after us, because they can share with us things that we may need to do better in ensuring that we do lift the issues of our society to the fore as the legislators, and we're able to make sure that in our oversight work, we bring those issues into the public, but also ensure that the executive who have to implement are able to integrate those issues. So one of the things in the Rules Committee, for instance, has been raised, and the Programming Committee, it's how do we track reports that come from oversight to make sure that they don't just end up in the paper and in our archives, but really we can say meaningfully, we went to this place, this is what we found, these were our recommendations, and this is what the department has been able to do. That would also allow us as legislators to go back to communities, not only asking them, but also giving them reports on what has been done on the issues that were raised.
Yeah, I think that that's really great.
So oversight and accountability is one function of Parliament. Yeah. Public participation is another function of Parliament, which I was obsessed with in the sixth administration, and I think it's so important because it is through the participation of the public that they can truly feel this democracy they are made to believe they have.
Yeah.
Because often citizens feel like, yeah, we're in democracy, but like, we can't really feel it. But participate, and perhaps you might really bring it to life. Now, the youth caucus for me, given that young people are the majority of citizens of the country, becomes so important, especially the youth parliament. And I'm so glad you're raising it, because I think we dropped the ball in the sixth administration. And I'm really looking forward to you making sure that the youth caucus is established and it's functional, and that youth parliament is also operational, and not an event, but a system, so that the accountability and oversight that citizens do by living in Pagatini is able to find expression in the youth parliament, for example. So we will avail ourselves,
Yes.
Bali and I know Bali is doing a lot of great work, to be part of a team that can make sure that the youth parliament is as effective as it should be. But I wanted to ask you a question in terms of what you now, 30 years later, you know where the likes of Siviwe Kwagube are right now in terms of their state of mind, the likes of Nongceba Mhlauli, the likes of Phumzile Mgcina. And I'm mentioning the three of them because they are the three young women I believe we have in the executive. What would your advice, having moved through these past 30 years, be to these young women as they take office in the executive?
Well, what I can say is, maybe using myself as an example, one of the things that I remain conscious about when I was afforded an opportunity to be in the executive was, firstly, I understood that it was not only about me, but I actually was a representation of my generation, that our society would actually measure how young people, given an opportunity, will be able to actually take responsibility of those roles and make things better, not only for young people, but also our society. So in a sense, for me, it was both for women and for young people. Because as you know, in our society, there's always been a stereotype that women must remain in the domestic sphere and they must remain in those functions where they nurture, but not really appreciating that women can actually be an important, part of society in terms of public and corporate life. So, equally, young people sometimes were always looked at as children who never grow. And were always measured about our teenage behavior at times, and kind of not quite sure that you have grown up enough to be given responsibility. And it is also about ensuring that we are able to relate both to young people and be able not to be above them, but to be able to pull them with us, and ensuring that we continuously engage about what issues are we grappling with, how are we trying to resolve them, but also where the challenges may be, and be able at the same time to relate to the adult world, to be able to be the voice of that generation that sometimes is never quite understood its impatience on issues. Most of young people have been young too. You'd always want things to be resolved like now. You don't understand this bureaucracy. But it's about appreciating those who are older. It's about appreciating that there's also need to learn and be flexible. While we retain the status quo, but how do we also accommodate the change? And how do we allow us to be persuaded differently and think outside the norm and think outside the box, as it were, and be able to understand where the young people come from? I would say self-development is also important because we enter in these spaces sometimes young, not having finished, our academic journey, and I would actually encourage young people that it's important to do so. But it's also equally important to be in touch with our constituency so that we continue to work with youth formations, not just organizations in which we come from, but also non-government players who are working on issues of young people. There may be some of them, but they have a passion in working with young people. And it's important to keep that link, because that enables us to remain accountable, because we know what our constituency needs and what our constituency would like to see changed.
I really can relate to you speaking about motive forces in essence, right? So older people who are old but actually can relate to us as young people. I remember vividly, ahead of the SONA debate in 2019, it was my maiden speech, and I wanted Mbali to speak about the releasing of the likes of Kaya Kageshe and other student activists who had been arrested during those protests. And caucus was like, no, she can't raise it. And you were like, no, she must raise it. She must be the first person to raise it. So I thank you till today for being an ally, even in those moments, right? Because we need to be given, even in our parties, Mbali, I mean, you're from the DA, I'm from the ANC, we need to be given that space to be... that's her declaration there. We need to be given the space to be young, to be agitated, right? There are gems of our history that people don't know about. Like how we found out that there was someone living in the president's house for a long time, and things like that. And these gems, we need to write books, Mbali. We need to do documentaries, and we would love to have a moment with you of that nature. But there's something I hope you're comfortable with me sharing about this relatability. You need to have the decorum and stature of being someone who can be taken seriously in this particular space, but you're also young. And I remember you sharing, I could always picture the Speakinini Togo, who was 29 amongst, this agriculture space. And you shared how, at times you would dress a particular way to exude that maturity. And I don't know what advice you can give in terms of that particular challenge. I mean, you did your master's in tertiary education management, right? And so you know how patriarchal the higher education space is, how male it is, and how old it is. What would you advise further for how young people in particular can manage that dynamic of asserting yourself respectfully in that particular space?
I think it is important, firstly, to appreciate that at times we may not be at the same level of knowledge in understanding what the issues are and the challenges. So we need to be able to be accommodative. But we are also able to educate about where things need to be. So being assertiveness in a respectful way, it's important because you are then able to be accessible to people. Because at times arrogance drives away people. So it's important to know that balance of being firm and assertive, but at the same time being a good listener to what other views are.
And I think just for the very last question, because of course today is the 18th of July, which is the birthday of Udada, looking 30 years later, looking at this historic moment on the 14th of June when you were elected to be the speaker of what is the first, whether you call it Grand Coalition or GNU, that's historic in itself. What do you think he would say? How do you think he would feel about what we've done? I'm incredibly proud of our democracy with all its warts and all, but I think we've done an incredible thing again this year. But you knew him. It's his birthday today. What do you think he would think today?
Well, I must say that it is an important day today because it reminds us as South Africans about the legacy that Mandela left us. For me, had Madiba been alive today, he would have understood that as South Africans, we've understood the moment in which we are in history and appreciate the resolve of finding a solution that will take South Africa forward without being selfish of our narrow interest as different parties.
Perfect. I think that has just been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the day. It's going to be huge. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was The lovely Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, speaking about the hashtag Youth Take Oath. Of course, she was advising the youth that are members and that are members of the Parliament and members of the Executive on how they can conduct themselves. She also spoke about youth empowerment. She spoke about women empowerment and ensuring that there is proper representation throughout and ensuring that the youth are part of policy and decision making. While we're at that, let's take a look at what democracy is. Stay tuned. welcome back. You're still tuned to Parliament TV outside the City Hall in Cape Town. It's a rainy day here in Cape Town. And of course, you can join the conversation on our social media platforms at Parliament TV of RSA using the hashtag OPA2024 and of course, hashtag YouthTakeOath. Now, notably, today's opening of Parliament address is particularly special as it coincides with Nelson Mandela International Day, a day that calls on people around the world to take action to help change the world for better. It's a day that symbolizes the global movement for good, inspired by the legacy of our beloved Madiba. I know many of the parliamentarians will be participating in Mandela Day activities throughout the course of the day. Indeed, wishing you all a very happy Nelson Mandela Day for 2024 South Africa. And also South Africa is celebrating 30 years of democracy, marked by the 1994 democratic elections, where South Africans from all walks of life voted for the first time to bring a new democratic government into office, marking the beginning of a new era of a shared vision of a democratic, free, non-racial and equal society. This was a momentous occasion that the world watched in awe and great anticipation, representing a far-reaching transition from a difficult past. The outcome of our elections this year, some argue, have carried similar significance, leading to the 7th administration being formed by a government of national unity. And today, all eyes and ears will be tuned to hear the key priorities and policies of the Government of National Unity as the President will be delivering the opening of Parliament address. Stay tuned to Parliament TV. We'll be crossing over to the chamber where Tembinkosi has somebody there for us. Thank you.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliamentary. Of course, we are bringing you the 2024 opening of Parliament address. We expect the President to deliver the message at 7 o'clock this evening. I'm not alone. I'm inside the City Hall. It's a bit chilly outside. I am standing inside with the newly elected Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Mtshweni-Tsipane. Good morning, ma'am, and thank you for talking to Parliament TV, and congratulations on your appointment.
Good morning, and good morning to the viewers at home, and thank you very much for having me in your studio.
Before we continue this conversation, can you introduce our viewers to Ms. Refilwe Mtshweni-Tsipane? Who is Ms. Mtshweni-Tsipane?
Well, as you have correctly told them, who am I in terms of my name, my surname? Indeed, I am Refilwe Mtshweni-Tsipane. I hail from Mpumalanga, the province of the rising sun, and in eMalahleni in terms of the sub-region where I come from. Yes, I've been around for quite some time when it comes to the work of government. I've been a member in the provincial legislature of Mpumalanga as early as 2009 up until 2014. I've been a member in the legislature, and from then I then moved to the executive, which was in 2014, where I became the MEC for cooperative governance. And when the former Premier of Mpumalanga, Didi Mabuza, left and he became the Deputy President, I was then put in as the caretaker Premier for the duration in which was remaining in the 5th administration, and subsequent to then, I was then affirmed as the Premier of Mpumalanga up until the term ended of the 6th administration. Yes, here I am today, and I'm very happy to be representing now all 9 provinces of South Africa.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Clearly, I can see that happiness on your face. And I'm also happy that you are not new into these leadership positions. Now, you have been given the responsibility of leading the NCOP, one of the 2 houses of Parliament, the upper house in actual fact. So what is the constitutional mandate or the role of the NCOP?
Well, fortunately, we are not new necessarily in this space. I used to lead the delegation of Mpumalanga to the NCOP. I was one of the delegates in the 6th administration. Obviously, the constitutional mandate of the NCOP, it's basically us as delegates of respective provinces to make sure that we represent the interests and the needs of our provinces. We need to make sure that they do find expression in the work of Parliament, not only just Parliament, but also ensure that executive does take into consideration the issues that have been raised in the various provinces and factor that into their work so that they can respond appropriately, quite more effectively and efficiently. So as they do their planning, they know what is it that is contained on the ground in terms of the needs of the people across the country. So we are basically that bridge as the NCOP that will ensure that there is collaboration and cooperation between the national sphere of government as well as the provincial sphere of government, right up to the coalface of our government, which is the local municipalities in our respective area. Therefore, NCOP has a very crucial role of making sure that it binds together in terms of collaboration and cooperation, all three spheres of government, and ensure that the work becomes more seamless and quite effectively and efficiently.
And that seems like a huge responsibility. Now, how are you going to make sure under your leadership that all that is realized and that the NCOP is effective and what you've just outlined now, all that work happens?
Well, indeed, we've already set up the committees. We've appointed all the presiding officers within the institution. As we speak right now, we've already started with the passing of budgets because we know that we have to finalize that before the end of July. And then what then we do is we keep constant contact and communication with our provinces in terms of them conferring the mandate to us that we need to carry forward as we do our work and as we engage with the respective departments as well. So that has been going on quite seamlessly, and we have seen the ministers coming to the House as well to give detailed account as to what is it that they are doing in respective provinces in terms of delivery of services and making sure that there is accessibility of national services on the ground in the various provinces, taking, of course, advantage of the well-established infrastructure that is already there. What is there on the ground in respective provinces, including the traditional council houses that can be utilized within those constituencies to enable ease service delivery that is quite promptly and it is delivered timeously. So ours is to make sure that that coordination, it happens in a much better structured approach and ways. Of course, what we'll then do from time to time, it is equally important to touch base with the ground because we've heard, our people have spoken, they have told us, they've given us the mandate to come and represent their aspirations and their plight. And therefore, we owe it to them to go back on the grassroots from time to time as NCOP in our respective provinces, afford them an opportunity to speak to us as their representatives, give us the mandate, what is their experiences, what are things that they're experiencing on day-to-day basis, so that we take that mandate with us, we carry it, we bring it to the House, we then call upon all those respective departments, not only the national department, by the way, but also the provincial departments, so that they too can come and give account. What is it that is happening? How are we going to resolve the issues that have been raised? Of course, one other issue that we are dealing with, it has to do with the bills as well. No, it is pretty much clear that we also have direct interests. When bills that touches on the various provincial work or whatever the case might be, as NCOP, we have a voice. We have to make sure that those bills, they speak directly to the pertinent issues that affects our people in our respective provinces, and as such carry forward the message in terms of robust consultation with our respective provinces, and by the time we come back, we've got a clear mandate as to what is it that needs to be done before even the President can assent to that particular bill.
You've spoken about collaborations, and among the stakeholders that you've mentioned are the members of the public, which mean the people on the ground. Who are some of the stakeholders that you're looking at working with to ensure that all that this program that you've just outlined to me now are realized?
Well, we've got the Chapter 9 institutions. They are very critical at this point in time in our work. And we also have the formidable structures on the ground in the form of religious structures, our traditional leaders, our traditional healers, our NGOs, NPOs, all other organized structures, various organizations on the ground. They too are critical in our work, and let alone not just them, but also the general masses. They can interface to us whenever they've got issues. We do have a petitioning system that is in place, which we are working on upgrading it to a e-petitioning, so that they can send their petition via digital platforms, so that they can be easily accessible, and we are able to respond and make sure that they are being responded to timeously. So yes, our doors are open for the general public, and we are very happy and delighted that as democracy grows or matures, and our parliament structures, they are also taking the shape in which the evolution is, the direction in which the evolution is taking as well.
I'm happy that you mentioned some strategies that will assist the NCOP needs work, especially the e-petitions, but we know the challenges that are faced with our rural communities in terms of universal access. How then are you going to ensure as the NCOP that the message gets across?
Yes, we did deliberate on that one to say that our far-flung rural areas, they do have challenges. They may not have access even still to the new initiatives that we are bringing, and therefore we had to incentivize as to what is it that we should be doing for them. We are looking at that so that they are equally not left outside, because those are the hardest hit on the ground in terms of the provision of service delivery. So their voice matters, and it matters the most, and we just have to make sure that we do accommodate their voice through participation.
But before I let you go, Ms. Mtsweni-Tsipane, can you just briefly speak on some of your key priorities for this term?
Well, as I have indicated, that one amongst the priorities, one, constant contact with our people. We cannot be the NCOP that is seized only with interrogating the departments, yet spending little time or less time on the ground with the masses of our people. So we've heard our people, they have spoken, and therefore it is important that we stay closer to them, so that as we come here and speak, they hear themselves speaking through us. That, to me, it's very important. So for this democracy to thrive and to make sure that people are not deprived of their services or their constitutional right, we need to make sure that we become that bridge in the true sense of it, that they can step on top and cross over the river. It's not a bridge that it's just there as a stumbling bridge that you're not even sure whether to climb on it or to back off. So it is important that we maintain the momentum that the predecessors has also left and work on that to step it a bit higher so that we can address the challenges that are before us.
Ms. Tsipane, thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV. This is definitely not the last time that we're talking to you. We still have 5 years together and looking forward to talking to you again in the near future.
No, thank you very much and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, that was Ms. Refilwe Tsipane, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. I'm now sending you back to the studio.
This indeed is an important institution of our country where we have to pass laws and represent our people and ensure that the work that we do as legislators in passing those laws and also ensuring that we play an oversight role on the executive, we do so in the interest of our people. The role of the Speaker is that of ensuring that we conduct the debates in this Parliament within the rules in a manner that is fair. And I commit that I will, working with the team in the Speaker's office together with the House Chairperson that will be duly elected, do exactly that. I also commit that I would work with all the parties led by their whips and their representatives to make sure that we conduct the business of this Parliament in a manner that indeed reflects the will of the people of South Africa.
Madam?
We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We're coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. I am inside the City Hall, and I'm now joined by the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Xolile George Mhlekazi. Good morning, and thank you very much for talking to Parliament TV.
Good morning, Timberland. Good morning to all the Parliament TV viewers.
Mhlekazi, khona into besimane siva apha phandle abantu ingathi abanalwazi banamhlanje kanye kwenzeka ntoni. Abanye bathetha nge-opening of Parliament address, abanye bathetha nge-state of the nation. Can you please clarify as to what is happening today?
Okay. In terms of today's proceedings, Timberland, is called the opening of Parliament address. What that means is that the President of the Republic will outline priorities for his government for the next term. And the significance of that is that each and every turn of the term of office, for instance, we have just come out of the 6th Parliament, and we are now ushering in a 7th Parliament. Likewise, in the National Executive, there's a 7th administration. 7th meaning from 1994, because government's term is 5 years in the Constitution. So does Parliament's term. So there would have been a first term, second term, third term, and now we are on what we call 7th Parliament and a 7th government. So the President, in the opening of Parliament address, requests to make a joint sitting so that he can address the nation with a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament, having been convened in terms of Section 84 of the Constitution by the President to deliver a special business. And that business is the opening address of the President, essentially to outline the priorities for the term, meaning the 5 years that takes place in terms of governing the country. That also helps Parliament to be able to set its priorities in terms of how it will drive oversight, what laws are likely to emerge as requested by the executive that Parliament must be able to pass, and also how to drive public participation in those lawmaking processes. So it's a very important, significant shift from the 6th administration to the 7th administration. With regard to SONA, SONA is an annual statement that works on the basis of a tradition that every February before the new financial year starts, in this case financial year starts in April. So before that, in February, the President would outline his annual statement about what's the health of the nation, what are the things that he committed in the previous year, what has been progress on those matters, and then simultaneously outline the new priorities or even the change in tempo of the delivery of that. That's the distinguishing feature between an annual statement called SONA, which will take place next year, February, and that other February, versus a single address on a term called opening of Parliament address.
We know that Parliament conducts its work based on the set sets of rules. So what are some of the rules that will be governing today's proceedings?
Parliament is governed in terms of the joint rules of Parliament. There are rules for each house, but once the houses sit together, there's joint rules that govern the proceedings. Likewise, some of the same joint rules apply. They would apply today in terms of the opening of Parliament address.
We know that we've recently held elections, and following that there was a formation of government of national unity. Now, how is Parliament going to ensure that that does not impact negatively on its work, or what are the strategies that are there in place to ensure that Parliament delivers to what would be required from the government of national unity or to this new political phenomenon?
Of course, in terms of the rules of Parliament, they are adapted to respond to specific circumstances. Like any other institutions, institutions evolve. So does Parliament. So in this case, the Rules Committee has been set up in the last 2 weeks, and it has been hard at work to revisit the foundational aspects of the rules of Parliament, but also consider the current political circumstances where you have a government of national unity. How will we manage that relationship? What impacts is it making to Parliament? Because traditionally you would have the leader of opposition. So in this case, who is opposition? And traditionally it has always been set up on the basis of the majority party that is not in government. So how does it mean now when there's a government of national unity formed by 11 political parties? So Parliament has to interpret that political circumstance and be able to say, does it have impact on its rules? And where it is, then Parliament will be able to flexibly make adjustment to those rules so that its own functioning responds to those political realities.
I'm sure that there's a lot of work that goes into preparing for today's event. How prepared is Parliament to host today's event, and who are some of the esteemed guests that our viewers can expect to see later on our screens?
Today we are very much prepared and we are ready and excited. Under the theme, the guiding theme, My Parliament, My Voice, My Future, that talks to young people, talks to the elderly, talks to anyone according to all stratas of society. It is a rallying theme that makes people to understand Parliament is a democratic heartbeat for representation of the people, but also for participation by the people. So at the laws, the national dialogue takes place on topical issues in the country, at the same time making laws, and whilst also holding the executive to account for the actions that are required. So we're quite excited that as we approach today and going forward, Parliament will be able to do its work and make sure that we are all ready to receive the head of state to deliver the opening of Parliament address.
Well, this event today is taking place firstly on the day that the world celebrates Nelson Mandela. It's also taking place in the year that we're celebrating 30 years of democracy in our country. What significance does those two have in Parliament, especially in today's event?
It's very important in the sense that Nelson Mandela represents the core foundational values that are enshrined in our Constitution, the values of sacrifice. He sacrificed his entire life, driven by his belief that all men are created equal before the image of God, and there has to be justice to all people. There has to be encouragement of the voices of all people. The political rights must be assured of every South African, and people have a right to choose a government that will govern them according to the free will of the people. And those are the values that Mandela fundamentally stood for. So when it is his day today, it's a very important day that he stood on this city hall in front of the parade, addressed the people of South Africa and say, I would like to dedicate my remaining years of my life to you, the people. He has always placed the people at the center of his being, what he stands for, the values of sacrifice, the values of caring, the values of genuineness, that the people are created as equal. There are no better rights for white people, for colored people, for Indians. Given the rich tapestry of our country, all people have to be treated as equal, even before the law. So we now have a constitution that espouses all those values. And Nelson Mandela was the midwife of all of that we stand for today. So when we have the 18th of July today, where the President of the Republic will be sitting here, and more important, the President of the Republic was carrying a mic exactly like I'm carrying in front of Nelson Mandela in the City Hall, and he's going to be the one who must deliver the statement to Parliament about the priorities. So there can be no symbolic significance than what is exciting, that Parliament continues to be the bedside of laws, the cradle of accountability, and Parliament is the place that gives rise to the executive in terms of the shape, electing a president, and all of those issues that are important to make sure that our democracy is reassuring to all South Africans. So we're quite excited around that to make sure that work we do as Parliament continues to entrench multi-party democracy in our country. We had 14 parties before, we now have 18 political parties. So the plurality of voices is what the constitutional DNA is all about, to make sure that the rich tapestry of our country sees and identifies itself with this Parliament. Unlike parliaments before, that were shaped up on a racial basis with the exclusion of the majority. So Mandela's presence and the president outlining the priorities, there can be no better exciting moment than today, Tebela.
And Secretary, we know that on this day, normally the staff of Parliament will go out and embark on a series of projects that seek to give to the communities to celebrate this day. How has that impacted on Parliament having to host the opening of Parliament today? Are the programs of staff still ongoing, as you have already indicated that this is one important day for all of us?
It all requires adjustments, and I know that the staff of Parliament is driven by the same values of commitment, of caring, of sacrifice, because this is an exciting day for all of us. Of course, we've got weather limitations outside, which requires us to make adjustments, but it does not diminish the excitement that goes with people saying, for once in a year, I'm required to identify with the needs of the poorest of the poor. How can I make an impact to anyone and do all sorts of things that are consistent with what Nelson Mandela stands for? And we call on everyone to continue to reflect on how best they can utilize their positive energies to make sure that they can lighten up the face of a child, of an adult, of anyone that needs assistance, so that we pledge solidarity to everybody, that we care and we truly care for the downtrodden in our country.
We know that Parliament has had its first sittings where the Speaker, Deputy Speaker and the President were elected. We know that you have established committees wherein chairpersons have been elected, but one would wonder, that has already happened. However, today is said to be the opening of Parliament. How does it work for a layperson of the street to understand, especially those that have been sitting Parliament, committees of Parliament at work, but today they are told that it's an opening of Parliament?
Well, staff of Parliament fully appreciate the work that needs to happen, and we are managing a transition, as you know, right from the first sittings on the 14th of June, 15th June, elections of new committees, elections of chairpersons, house chairpersons, rules, and plenaries that we have just had, debates. It's a very intense yet exciting work. So I'm quite proud that the staff of Parliament are very flexible people. They are truly driven by values of professionalism, which we are proud of. And we're encouraging everyone to do their best to make sure that this institution will continue to make it the pride of the nation and continue to improve.
And before I let you go, Secretary, I understand that it's important a day today. But we can ask briefly just some of the critical areas, priority areas of the work of Parliament for this term, just briefly.
Parliament is guided by the framework strategy for the 7th Parliament, which we are required to start working on a year in advance. In this case, we started working on the macro framework for the 7th Parliament 2 years ago. And it culminated into us identifying thematic focus areas to building a responsive Parliament, to also building a collaborative Parliament, building a transformative Parliament to look at areas where we will be stakeholder intense institution, whilst at the same time ensuring that our Parliament cares truly for the people and it aims to support those that need support in terms of government, assisting departments to deliver the basic services to the people and hold them accountable for the budgets that are allocated to discharge their responsibilities. I would like to say to all South Africans, this is your Parliament, this is your future, it's the heartbeat of democracy. Make your say in terms of how, now that we have chosen people to represent you, it's important that you keep track of the developments in Parliament.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Don't forget to cue me.
I didn't hear anything. No, I can't hear them. Okay. Just to make sure that everything is
I think people this evening will all be wearing coats.
That's what I said, and we're having a fashion parade. What's the point? We're not going to see anything.
Yeah.
I said that. We'll just ask them if their coats are locally made.
Yeah, no, I thought this morning, I thought really with this weather, I think it's just a black coat.
Yeah. No, everybody's going to be wearing coats. And I said that, you know what, guys, we're just going to ask them, so is your coat locally made? Because there's really nothing else. I mean, what else can you say?
Yeah.
There's really so much. It's unlike February where the weather was gorgeous and everybody was, in their nines.
Yeah.
Now it's, no, everybody just wants to be warm.
Exactly. No, probably inside you'll see people.
Yes. So when they do, No, I don't think we can have the red carpet and
no, I think people will just be dropped and rushed
and rushed in. Yeah.
Oh well.
Maybe that's one thing that's going to set apart OPA and SONA.
I think
Still tuned into Parliament TV here at the City Hall in Cape Town, where the President is set to give his opening of Parliament address for 2024. Of course, some of the events that has led us to this is the fact that we had the national and regional elections on the 29th of May 2024. Of course, I am joined by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Anneli Lotfi. Thank you so much for making the time.
good morning. My pleasure.
It's cold today, so thank Thank you for making it
And
out.
rainy.
And rainy, of course. Now, I think viewers would appreciate if you were to just explain to them what your role as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly means.
Yes, I think people don't often have a full idea of what it entails. You think of a speaker as sitting in the chair presiding over a plenary, but it's much more than that. There are specific roles assigned to the Deputy Speaker, which the Speaker assigns to me. So there are a number of issues such as, for example, training in Parliament of members, the language services, the medical aid, for example, interaction with different parliaments, different committees. So it's a whole range of very much administrative functions. And then, of course, I also serve on the Executive Committee of Parliament with the Speaker and the Chair and Deputy Chair of the NCOP.
Now, mentioning that, I know that you've had quite a wide-ranging political career. Could you just explain to the viewers how is it that your political career and your political background is now helping you in being in this position of yours as a Deputy Speaker?
Well, my political career spans 24 years, so almost a quarter of a century, which is shocking when I think about it. But I started off as a councillor in my hometown, Bloemfontein, Mangaung, and then in 2009, that was in 2009, I was then elected to Parliament. So I've been here for 3 terms. This will be my 4th term. Serving in a variety of committees as a DA Shadow Minister and as a caucus chairperson and then Deputy Chief Whip. So I think that all prepared me for the position that I do hold now.
And of course you were one of the members in the Section 194 inquiry as well. Now, that was also very procedural. And of course, as Deputy Speaker, should the Speaker not be able to preside over any of the sittings, then you will be given that position to hold and preside over these sittings. Do you feel like South Africans are in the know with regards to the procedures of Parliament and the importance thereof?
I think there's some sense that there are procedures, and I think it is amplified when we see in a sitting of the House when the presiding officer has to call members to order. So there is that kind of sense. But I don't think the public really knows that we have extensive rules. We have guides to procedure. So it's an ongoing process to revisit the rules, to make them adjustable to whatever the current situation is. Like, for example, now we had the amendment of the rules last year, November
true.
To make provision for the opening of Parliament address, unlike what we in the past had, the second SONA. So that makes a distinct difference that this is not a State of the Nation address, but it will be the opening of Parliament address.
Now, of course, you did say that you have 24 years. Your political career spans over 24 years. With South Africa celebrating 30 years of democracy, what are some of the significant changes that you've seen throughout the different administrations?
Well, when I think back to 94, I think it was this period where we all had these expectations because it was a totally new dispensation. We had so much hope. And I think things went well, and we also saw democracy maturing and more parties becoming involved. And my first term in Parliament was very peaceful. Then Speaker Max Sisulu, and it was basically business as usual. From 2014, things started to change. We had a number of different voices in Parliament, and we also had to make adjustment in terms of how you proceed with the rules of Parliament being challenged. So there has been a distinct difference. And I think now, in 2024, 30 years later, we are now facing an absolutely new dispensation, very, very exciting. I think one of the signs of a democracy now coming into maturity.
Now, of course, you did say that everything was business as usual in the Assembly, even with joint sittings throughout until 2014. Of course, 2014 came with opinions and with the fact that there are all these changes in terms of the rules and how the rules could be challenged. Do you then think that it was driven by the ordinary South Africans who could have probably felt that their voices were not being heard and their needs were not being tended to?
I think that is definitely one of the reasons, and I think this is what we also have now, is that people voice their opinions through their votes, which is what a democracy is.
Absolutely.
So I think the changes we saw from 2014 onwards was the result of the people's voices. And that is why the Parliament had to adapt. We couldn't just proceed as always. And I think we now sit with the same situation. We also have to look at our rules, which has been happening now, because we have challenges such as now, what is the official opposition if you have a government of national unity? These are things we didn't have to deal with before. This time we had a government of national unity, but it was a totally different setup.
Now, with that said, do you then think that South Africans are now more cognizant and they talk the political talk, not just in the streets, but they see that there is a remedy and there is a way for them to ensure that their voices are being heard in Parliament?
Absolutely, and I think this election showed us, and I think this was a wake-up call for voters to see that their vote matters. We've always been preaching it, and I think for the first time now we see, but it actually does matter. So, and that is why I think the theme for this particular opening address is very apt. My Parliament, my voice, my future.
Absolutely.
So it is in the hands of the electorate.
Now, with the new government of national unity, what are some of your expectations?
Well, my expectation is that it is going to be a government, and specifically an executive that works. That we have ministers who are on top of their portfolios, who are there to serve the people. And I think we've already seen some of those sprouts of that happening, so I am very positive that this new executive will be able to deliver and listen to the people and really fix the country, because we can be such a fantastic country.
That is true. Now, of course, today is the opening of Parliament address, but it's also Nelson Mandela Day. So I just wanted to know what Nelson Mandela Day means for you, what it signifies, and the importance thereof.
Well, I don't think it could have been on a better day, because we are now ushering a new era in South Africa's history. And I think we should think back of what former President Mandela did for this country, his wisdom. And I must say, I had the privilege of meeting him when he was in Kunu. We went there on a portfolio oversight, and I had the opportunity to meet him, which is a highlight, to meet such an icon. But I think we should really now not only pay lip service to what he stood for, but actually put it into practice.
Now, Parliament TV is also celebrating the youth. We have a lot of representation in terms of the youth within Parliament and within the provincial legislatures. And today we're talking about #YouthTakeOath. So I just wanted you to highlight the importance of ensuring that the youth are involved in policy making and decision making, especially at levels such as Parliament and provinces.
Absolutely. And I know it's very cliche to say the youth is our future, but and I think the youth have been neglected. And something that I come from an education background,
yes.
So I have, in my former life, I was a lecturer. I trained education students as well as languages. But I think it is important to look at our education system to enable our youth to be employable. And hand in hand, this is where our new government will have to work hand in hand, because we will have to look at job creation for the youth.
Absolutely.
You cannot have a future in a country if you have almost half your youth unemployed, graduates unemployed. You can't prosper. So education and job creation, those two things have to focus on the youth.
And then talking about education, we do remember that there was a fees must fall back in the days, and there was a huge issue with regards to ensuring that the youth are able to access higher education. Do you then think that there's still a need for a change and better implementation, especially because of your background in education? Do you think that there still needs to be done, more needs to be done in that respect?
Well, without getting into the new minister's portfolio, but I think there has to be serious changes and improvement of the whole funding system. We've seen too many problems because the principle of, let's say, for example, a national student funding system is positive, but it's all in the implementation.
Absolutely.
So if we can fix that and also have a look at our higher education institutions. We do, like many countries in the world, we focus on a university degree, whereas we have to look at what are the skill shortage in South Africa, and that is where the education should focus.
So today, later on, we will have a fashion police segment. And of course, with that, obviously it's fun, it's innovative, and we're talking about local, making your clothes local and wearing local. However, there is the education part of it and ensuring that the people that want to go into fashion are allowed to do that. So then, do you think that enough is being done in terms of the arts and culture side of things, of education, in terms of ensuring that the youth are able to reach their dreams?
One of the sectors that we've really neglected is arts and culture. We tend to think it just happens, but it does cost. And there has to be a budget for arts and culture, because you can't build a nation, you can't have a prosperous society if you neglect your arts. So I'm not talking only theatre and music, but as you say, the fashion.
Fashion, yes.
And I think South Africans are known for their style.
Absolutely.
So, yes, I think we should really focus on that, and that should be a career for young people. Because we think if you're artistic, you have to go into the fine arts or either into movie making or ads or whatever.
Yes.
But there is much more than that.
Now, talking about the youth also and ensuring that there's a variety in terms of the careers that they choose, let's go back to the youth that have decided that they want to be part of Parliament. They want to be part of decision-making and policy-making. What is your advice then to them to ensure that they are better equipped in representing the very groups that they want to represent?
Well, the first thing is to get involved in your community. Get involved with whichever party or organisation you support. Become part of their youth structures. Build a profile in your own community, but at the same time equip yourself with the necessary skills. And therefore, don't think politics is an easy way to get an income. Go and study. Make sure that because politics, what the youth should also understand, politics, if you are elected as a public representative, it's 5 years. That's basically the longest guarantee you can have. So
yes.
Make sure you are employable.
Apart from that, now we spoke about your some of the responsibilities that you have now as a deputy speaker, and one of those is to preside over mini plenaries, which we witnessed during the budget votes. Let's talk more and give the viewers more of more information on how important budget votes are. Firstly, what they are and how important they are.
Well, any budget has to be tabled in the House, and then it has to be discussed. It has to go to the committee section. So in the committees, that is where the members of the committee have the opportunity to interrogate the specific budget allocation. They have presentations by the ministers, deputy ministers, and the departments, the DGs, so that they understand what is in the budget. Then they decide, based on that, whether they will support it or not, whether they would propose some amendments, and then it is only taken to the House for a vote. So it is a very, very critical phase that we can interrogate the budget and every portfolio's budget. However, at the end of a parliament, so the end of the budget is tabled at the end of the 6th Parliament.
Yes.
So then it has to be revived in the 7th Parliament, which is always a very difficult situation because you have new members, new committees. So it's difficult to give the kind of attention to it that one would have loved to, because there are also constitutional deadlines of when the budget should be approved.
Yes. And that is the end of July.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then government can't proceed if there isn't a budget. So those are the realities and the practicalities when you cross over to a new term.
And then when you say that, obviously those are some of the challenges and practicalities, do you think then that there's a change, something needs to be changed there to ensure that budget votes, that there's enough consideration that goes into it, so that by the time the members vote, it's an informed vote, a more informed vote, and not just something that happens over the next 2 weeks as rushed as it was?
Yes, I think the solution to that would probably be to have an earlier election.
Yes.
So that you have time, because we also took more time now to form this government of national unity. So those are things that played a role. But if one had an election, let's say in April, it would have provided time. But that is up to the president to decide when elections are held.
Of course, you've had a few opening of Parliament addresses. What was the highlight for you throughout the opening addresses that have happened before?
Well, highlights. Well, obviously the first one that I was present at, that's always because this is now your first sauna and the red carpet and everything. But from there, there were some good speeches, some less good speeches. There have been the disruptions that one would rather forget. But on the whole, I think there were some, I can't say there was a specific highlight. Safe to say that I think the first one was really
your highlight.
My highlight, yes.
Dr. Lotte, with that then in perspective, I just want to know then, we can also discuss this and you can let viewers know that what will your role be today at the opening of Parliament address as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly? Of course, this is a joint sitting and of course that's of course the National Assembly and the NCOP. So what will your role be today?
My role will be more behind the scenes in terms of welcoming guests, but the address itself will be presided over by the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP. So I won't have an active role in the actual address itself, but only beforehand.
And of course that goes with your responsibilities in terms of managing relations that is delegated by the Speaker. So how important is it then to ensure that those relations are kept and maintained? Of course it is, we're talking about members of our society within our society in South Africa and of course abroad. How important is maintaining that relationship?
No parliament functions on its own on a little island. Parliament is part of the people, it's part of the country, it is the face of the country, and therefore us building these relationships with our overseas partners, possible investors, with our participants in the country, the committee members, our voters. Those are the important people, and Parliament should not be on that little pedestal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Annelie Lotte. That was the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Of course, she was voted in on the 14th of June when we had the first sitting of the National Assembly, when we sat until the wee hours of the morning when voting took place for the office bearers of the National Assembly. Of course, we are still in Cape Town and you're still watching Parliament TV. It is cold, it is raining. However, we are here and we are anticipating the President's opening of Parliament Address 2024. You can follow us on Parliament of RSA on all social media platforms and join the conversation using hashtag OPA 2024 and of course hashtag Youth Take Oath. Thank you so much. Stay tuned.
What is the legislature?
Very good. Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Civics Academy Governance Series.
It. Thank you.
In these videos, we explore different aspects of democratic governance and the concept of the separation of powers as one of the key features of democracy. In this video, we look at the legislative branch of government, its responsibility and tasks. Democracies are characterized by the separation of functions and powers between the three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Each branch checks the power of the other two so that there is a balance of power between them. The legislature is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The legislative authority in the national sphere of government is vested in Parliament, which is the supreme legislative power in the country. At provincial level, the legislature is represented by the provincial legislatures, and in the local sphere by the municipal councils. In this video, we will focus on the national level and outline what Parliament is and what it does, in line with Chapter 4 of our Constitution. The South African Parliament is situated in Cape Town. It is the place where our elected representatives meet and carry out their work. Our parliament is bicameral. That means that we have two houses of parliament, known as the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The National Assembly is made up of 400 representatives from different political parties, called Members of Parliament, or MPs. South Africans indirectly elect MPs every 5 years by casting votes for the party of their choice. Seats are then allocated to each party based on the number of votes the party received using the proportional representation system. Each party compiles lists of candidates, and MPs are allocated from this list in the order the names are listed. Half of the 400 MPs are selected from national party lists, and the other half from provincial lists. A party needs to obtain about 45,000 votes for every MP representing it in the National Assembly. This system allows for smaller parties and therefore minority interests to be represented in our legislature. Soon after the national election, the Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, swears in the members of the National Assembly. We explain the role and functions of MPs and political parties, as well as different aspects of elections in the Civics Academy election series. The second House of Parliament is the National Council of Provinces. It came into existence in 1997 and is the body that represents provincial interests at the national level of the legislature. The National Council of Provinces has 90 members. Each of the 9 provinces nominates 10 delegates to this council. The delegation usually consists of the Premier, 3 other temporary delegates who can change from time to time, and 6 permanent delegates nominated for the full term of Parliament. The party representation in the delegations must proportionally reflect the party representation in the provincial legislatures. Now that we know what Parliament is, let's talk about what Parliament does. Each house has its own distinct role and functions, as set out in the Constitution. However, there are also many instances where the two houses act together to conduct joint business. To simplify, we are referring to both houses of Parliament here. They have 4 main functions or areas of jurisdiction. These are: 1. The consideration, amendment, and passing of draft laws, called bills. Bills are usually introduced by the executive, but they can also be introduced by MPs and are then discussed in parliamentary committees, which may amend provisions and approve them before both houses of Parliament vote on whether to pass them. Parliament must ensure that all bills conform to the provisions of the Constitution before being passed. Otherwise, a High Court can declare the law or parts of it unconstitutional and invalid. If this is confirmed by the Constitutional Court, the law has no force and effect, as if it was never passed. Parliament may also amend the Constitution with a 2/3 majority of votes. Furthermore, the Constitution requires Parliament to allow members of the public to participate in lawmaking processes through written submissions or by giving testimony before parliamentary committees. 2. The election of the President. At its first sitting after the election, the National Assembly elects the President from among its members. The leader of the political party that wins the majority of the seats in the National Assembly is nominated and elected as President. Once elected President, he or she becomes the head of the executive and stops being a member of Parliament. 3. Oversight of the executive. Parliament approves the budgets of government departments and has the duty to scrutinize and oversee the work of the executive and to hold cabinet ministers accountable. The various committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can call cabinet ministers to appear before them to explain their work and to answer questions about their work. In this way, the committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces ensure that the members of cabinet do their job properly. The President and his or her cabinet are also required to answer questions in Parliament and to defend their budget every year before the National Assembly. 4. Parliament provides a national forum for consideration of important issues. To achieve this goal, political parties table motions that must be debated and voted on. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces carry out their duties in different ways. Each house meets in its own plenary session to pass legislation and debate issues. In extraordinary circumstances, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces can meet in joint sittings to debate important issues of the day or to listen to important speeches. Beyond these regularly scheduled plenary sessions, the President may at any time summon Parliament for an extraordinary sitting. Parliamentary work is done in a number of different committees, consisting of smaller groups of members. Committees enable members of Parliament to develop expertise and in-depth knowledge of the specific committee's area of responsibility, for example, health, education, or foreign policy. Each house has its own committees. Committees are, in general, proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament and headed by a chairperson. They are required to report regularly on their activities and to make recommendations to their house for debate and decision. There are a number of joint committees of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. For example, the Annual Constitutional Review Committee. Committee meetings are generally open to the public. Summary. The legislature is the representative of the people of South Africa. The 400 plus 90 representatives are given their mandates through regular elections and vote on issues of national importance in Parliament. Parliament is responsible for passing laws and for holding the executive branch of government accountable. The power of Parliament is limited by the Constitution. The judiciary checks the exercise of power by the legislature. Through its work, Parliament is tasked to make sure that the interests of the people of South Africa are represented in all their diversity.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We're coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. It is the 2024 opening of Parliament address. I am now going to be talking to Mr. Les Govender, the Deputy Chairperson in the NCOP. Good morning, sir, and thank you for taking your time off busy schedule to talk to Parliament TV.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to be here, and good morning to your viewers on 408. It's great to be here this morning.
Great, sir. Thank you. Congratulations on your appointment. If you could just share what are some of your top priorities as the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, and how do you plan to address them?
The NCOP has a very vital role to play in promoting our democracy. And being an arm of government, it is very, very important that we ensure that all our provinces are treated equally, and the priorities of the different provinces are indeed placed on the table so that we ensure that we take those priorities seriously. Because very often we find that certain provinces, because they are remote provinces, are not really taken on board in terms of service delivery, as well as the complaints that come from people. And this is where the sectoral parliaments will play a very critical role, and as the NCOP we will ensure accountability from the executive on that.
And how do you think that the NCOP can improve its effectiveness in representing the interests of provinces and local governments?
Well, you see, the sectoral parliaments will play a very critical role, because that is where we go to the people, hear their views, hear what the issues are in the various provinces, and then take the executive there to make commitments. And very often we found in the past that those commitments are not really followed through. And as the NCOP, I've said that we need to have a tracking mechanism to ensure that those commitments that are made are followed through, and that we go back to the community. It is very important that we give feedback. We might not be able to achieve all of those commitments, but we need to give feedback to the people to say, this is where we are now, and this is what we will do going forward.
And based from what you said, how do you see then the the NCOP playing its role in promoting national unity and addressing the regional disparities?
Well, national unity will come from the progress that we make. You can only unite people if they are happy, if they are happy people. Our citizens will be happy if government delivers on their promises and on their mandates. And therefore we are saying we need to go back to the people, give them feedback, and assure them that government takes them seriously.
talking about going back to the people, how do you plan to engage with other various stakeholders, including civil society, business, and ordinary citizens, that to ensure that their voice is heard in the NCOP?
Well, firstly, all three spheres of government have a role to play. And civil society organizations, we take them very seriously because they are the representatives of the people. They are mandated by the people to engage with government. And we will engage with them seriously and ensure that whatever they are saying to us, we will take it seriously and we will engage them and give them feedback, which I think is very, very important. You know, giving feedback to people is very important. And that is something that I will take seriously. And as I said earlier, the tracking mechanism that I will have in place to ensure that commitments made by the executive are followed through.
And you can only do that when you fully know what is the state of the provincial governance. You know, so my next question to you is your views on the current state of provincial governments in South Africa and how you at the NCOP can help support provinces in improving the service delivery.
Well, provincial government seems to be very stable now. Now with the NGU at national level, provincial governments will now fall in line. And that being the case, once you have a stable provincial government and the NCOP has an oversight role to play, not only on provincial government but also in the municipal sphere at the local government level, I think we can then tie in those three spheres of government to ensure that service delivery cascades equally across all provinces without treating any province as a stepchild. So we will ensure that all provinces are treated equally.
And if you have such a huge mandate, you are bound to face challenges. We can briefly share what are some of the challenges you anticipate from the sector and how do you plan to address them?
Well, look, challenges will always be there. You can't please everybody all the time. So the challenges that we will face are, of course, the number of service delivery challenges that we see across the country. And those things can be addressed and will be addressed if the executive play their role, if local government plays its role, and if the provincial government plays its role. And as the NCOP, our oversight role in tying together all three spheres of government and making them accountable is something that we will take very seriously going forward.
And what strategies do you have in place to ensure that that happens?
Well, the tracking mechanism is something that will help us, because then we will hold the executive at all three spheres level. Even if you go to the mayors and the MECs, we will make sure that they will come and account to us, because that is a role that we have, to hold them accountable, to call them to meetings and say to them, you promised this, how far have you gone? Give us an update. And we take that back to the people.
And you've spoken briefly on the public participation. So my next question on you is the plan that you have to promote this public participation and ensure accessibility in the SOP's processes and activities.
Well, look, sectoral parliaments have a very critical role to play. I mean, you've got the Women's Parliament, you've got the Youth Parliament, the Parliament for Disabled People, and so on. Now, when we go to them, we spend a large amount of money. I've noticed from past, we spend a large amount of money on these sectoral parliaments. And what happens after that? Are there any feedback mechanisms? Do those commitments find resonance on the ground? Do people really see the progress from there? So we will ensure that those sectoral parliaments, the resolutions that are passed there, are tracked. We will track those commitments made by the executive, and we'll follow up on those to say to executive members, come and tell us how far you've gone.
And how are you going to make sure that the feedback is provided to the members of the public and it gets to them?
Well, that is where we will go. When we go back to them, we will say, look, there's the MEC, or there's the minister that made these promises. Minister, now you tell the people how far you've gone. So that is part of our role as the NCOP, as oversight. We will then hold the executive to account.
That's wonderful. I hope that the noise is not distracting you. We're getting closer to the end of it. But I want to know, how can this NCOP support the development and implementation of policies and that promote economic growth as well as job creation?
Economic growth is something that will address all the other social ills that we find. Once people have jobs, they will then be able to reduce crime rate, their dignity will be restored, their lives will be improved, and to do that, you need to create an environment where you'll be able to create jobs. Now, to do that, you'll need to ensure business confidence. And how do you do that? You reduce the crime rate in the country. You ensure that foreign direct investment is encouraged. You make it easier to reduce red tape so that business houses can feel confident in opening up new enterprises, and in that way you create jobs, and that will have an impact on various aspects of social life. But what is important is that it is not any one department that's going to be able to do it. It's across all departments. Every department has a role to play to ensure economic growth. And that is what we will also be prioritizing, because, as I said, job creation is something that's going to address all the social ills that we find in our country.
Greatly so, sir. And in closing, or to round off this discussion, what are your views on the role of traditional leaders in governance, and how can the NCOP engage with them more effectively?
Well, the Inkatha Freedom Party was a party that pushed for the establishment, or at least the role of traditional leaders in the constitution of our country. So they have a very vital role to play, and we cannot sideline traditional leaders, because they are representing a certain sector of the South African community, and their voices need to be heard, their issues need to be prioritized and taken forward to ensure that they are not left on the sidelines. So we will ensure that traditional leaders also will be encouraged to attend the sectoral parliaments and be there as a voice, and we will ensure that their views are taken on board.
And in closing, what message would you like to pass on to the ordinary South Africans that are watching this interview now?
Well, South Africans, you have voted in a particular way. You have voted us into Parliament, and you have called for a government of national unity. This is what we have now, and I can assure you that the government of national unity must work. It has to work in the interest of the people. And now that we are here, let's hold government to account. The people of South Africa have that responsibility. Hold government to account, hold us to account, because we are there through your vote.
Mr. Governor, thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule talking to Parliamentary.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here, and you have a great day also.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Mr. Les Governor, the Deputy Chairperson in the National Council of Provinces. He's introduced himself. He's just been sharing some of his priorities as an NCOP, the strategies that they have in place to hold government to account, the strategies that they have in place to communicate the message of government to the ordinary citizens, and also to receive feedback through the sectoral parliaments such as Youth Parliament, Women's Parliament, and taking Parliament to the people. I'll now cross back to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has called a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces for the opening of Parliament address on Thursday, 18 July 2024. The President convenes the joint sitting for the opening of Parliament address in accordance with Section 84 of the Constitution, which empowers him to summon Parliament for an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. The opening of Parliament address occurs once every 5 years, immediately after national and provincial elections. It serves as a platform for the President to outline the new administration's vision and priorities, and symbolizes the official opening and functioning of the new 5-year term of Parliament. The opening of Parliament address will take place at the Cape Town City Hall on Thursday, 18 July. Watch the opening of Parliament address live across Parliament's platforms, and follow Parliament on social media platforms, and join the conversation using hashtag OPA 2024. That's hashtag OPA 2024.
democracy. We often hear that South Africa transitioned into democracy in 1994. However, what do we know about democracy? In simple terms, democracy means that the people are entitled to influence important decisions that affect their lives. Instead of having one person making all the decisions in a country, democracy brings together the views and interests of all people so that the future of the country can be decided based on all these views. That doesn't mean that each individual's view will prevail, but it means that people have a say and that their views are taken seriously. Democracy is rule by the majority. The word democracy comes from ancient Greek, with demos meaning the people and kratos meaning to rule. So its literal meaning is rule by the people. In a direct democracy, people govern themselves. Each person would have a direct say in every single decision that affects the country. This would be very difficult to implement. In a representative democracy, like South Africa's, we elect representatives to represent our interests and to govern the country. This happens through regular elections in line with the country's constitution. But it is important to remember that regular democratic elections are not the only key feature of democracy. There are a number of other principles that need to be present in order to have a well-functioning democracy. They include the respect for some basic human rights, a multi-party system paired with political tolerance, respect for the rule of law, democratic governance, and citizen participation. At the same time, it is important to understand that every country has a unique democratic system. Countries will be differently democratic, but democracy rests upon certain fundamental principles that we have just outlined. Although it can never be guaranteed, in a well-functioning democracy, citizens are more likely to be rewarded with the fruits of democracy, which include respect for human dignity, freedom, equality, justice, good governance, peace, and the opportunity to hold elected representatives accountable. These are as important as making sure that everyone has a good standard of living. This does not mean that there will be no differences of opinion or that contestation will not occur. Since there are always different interests in complex societies, challenges and contestation will occur. This is part of the democratic process. Let's talk briefly about each fruit of democracy. Freedom means that in a democracy, people are able to act, speak, and think freely, as long as they act in line with the country's constitution and do not interfere with another person's rights. Equality means that each person living in a country has the same status and rights as everyone else and may not be discriminated against. And the justice system will treat every individual equally before the law. That's what we also refer to as the rule of law. Further, well-functioning democracies are more likely to be governed well. That means that the government will aim to be efficient, transparent, and responsive, which are all prerequisites to ensure accountability to its citizens. Where the government does not uphold the values and practices of democratic governance, citizens have the right to hold elected representatives to account. Finally, well-functioning democracies have a greater chance of becoming peaceful societies where everyone is respected. This results in a more pleasant and safe environment for everyone. These outcomes of successful democracies are not easy to realize and require a great amount of effort from everyone in the country. Because it is so profoundly difficult to achieve these goals, some people may feel like giving up on the entire system of democracy. This will mean giving up your freedom. South Africa is one of the youngest democracies in the world. Only in 1994, after much struggle and sacrifice, were all citizens granted the right to freely and fairly vote for their representative government under a democratic constitution. Granted limited political rights only to the white minority and discriminated against everyone else. Under apartheid, we did not have freedom and everyone was not equal before the law. We now have a democracy, which includes a new constitution with a vision for a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. So while our young democracy may not be perfect, it is something we should hold dear. To summarize, why is democracy such a successful form of government in the world? A democracy is a government in which supreme power is vested in the people. Citizens exercise power directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving regular, free and fair elections. Democracy allows its people to have a say in the future direction of a country. And a well-functioning democracy comes as close as possible to the ideals of its citizens, to live in a peaceful, free and fair society that is managed by an elected, democratic government that displays good governance.
Namkelekile kwakhona babukeli emakhaya nisabukele usasazo lweParliament TV sisiza kuwe ngqo ku-DSTV channel 408. This is the 2024 opening of Parliament address. We are live at the Cape Town City Hall. Except the weather started not so well this morning, but I can see that it's starting to clear a little bit.
Hopefully this will be for the remainder of the day. And of course, just like Ngosi mentioned, we are still awaiting the opening of Parliament's address from the President, which is scheduled to take place at 7 p.m. today. We've had some interesting conversations since this morning. The first conversation that we had with our guest presenters is with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, and they were talking about how she came into office as a 29-year-old, in fact, and they were talking about the importance of youth representation and ensuring that the youth are part of policy-making and decision-making processes. And
I think that the point that they were trying to emphasize there was that they were not the first group of young people to have come into Parliament. We've had the likes of Ms. Toko Didiza, as you've rightfully indicated, that she was one of the young members of Parliament and even the members of the executive back in the day, as well as the likes of Mr. Mnyamezeli Boy, who were also quite younger at the time. So I think the discussion, our guest presenters, Nombali, was that, look, there's always been women representation at Parliament. There's always been young people in Parliament. The numbers might not have been as high as they are right now, but we have seen that over the years, young people have started coming into Parliament, some of them even making it to the executive. You remember back in the day we've had young ministers such as Stella Ndabeni and young premiers, Refilwe Mtsweni that I spoke to earlier. So, but there's a lot of activities that are scheduled for the day.
Absolutely, and of course now highlighting all what has happened so far, my discussion with Dr. Annelie Lotrit was also enlightening in the fact that she was a lecturer in her past life and how her political career and everything else that she has done has shaped her for the position that she occupies now as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
And so I also had an opportunity to speak to our boss, the Secretary to Parliament, who outlined the plans that Parliament has put in place to ensure that this day becomes a success. It also outlined the rules that will be taking effect in the sitting of today, the preparation that they've put in place. Also with us being here, this is the venue that Nelson Mandela, 1990 when he was released from prison, he stood here in the balcony just outside here addressing the nation, and it happens that the person that will be addressing the nation tonight at 7 o'clock is none other than the person that was holding the mic for Mr. Mandela as he was addressing the nation back in the day, Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa. We expect him to deliver the opening of Parliament address at 7 o'clock, and safe to say, Tsepo, that I spoke to the Secretary earlier, who also explain the difference between the opening of Parliament address and the State of the Nation address. You know that the opening of Parliament happens every 5 years, right at the beginning of a new parliamentary term, whereas SONA takes place annually, February of each year, where the President would then be outlining the government's programs and plans for that year, as well as also giving feedback to what has been done since the last time he addressed the nation. Whereas today's event the president merely outlining the program of government for the next 5 years.
And of course, OPA today takes place on an incredible day, which is Nelson Mandela Day. And we are in the Nelson Mandela Museum, which is a reflection and basically a memory down lane of memory to ensure that people know what it is that he fought for, the humility and freedom, of course, for everyone in South Africa. And I think with the government of GNU now, we might just realize a united rainbow nation of a country that ensures that we advance the freedoms of the people.
Talking about the government of national unity, you know that earlier Ms. Mtsweni Tsipane, she's a chairperson of the NCOP from the African National Congress, and earlier also spoke to Mr. Les Governor,
yes,
who's a deputy chairperson to Ms. Mtsweni in the NCOP, who's from the Inkatha Freedom Party. So it's a great mix, as you've already indicated, that we are in the government of national unity. You've spoken to the deputy speaker that comes from a democratic alliance. Previously, they would have been in the opposition benches, but now we see them in this term being part of government, also making undertakings to hold government to account as the presiding officers of parliament.
Well, I think also importantly, Timigosi, is the fact that there is so much representation across the country with regards to, obviously, I call them the older MPs. And of course, now you have the youth. And with our Youth Take Oath segment, of course, we then highlight the importance of ensuring that the youth are part of policy making and decision making. Of course, we also need to ensure that there's also public participation. And I know when you do talk to STP and all the other office bearers, they really do emphasize the importance of public participation and ensuring that the people on the ground are well informed, so that when decisions are made, they make informed decisions regarding the representation and the representatives that they vote for within Parliament.
And Mr. Governor explained it very well earlier when he spoke of public participation, indicating the sectoral parliaments that they use to ensure that there is a public participation out there. Those would be in terms of taking parliament to the people. It would be a youth parliament or women's parliament. You know, there's just so many strategies that is outlined that they, as the NCOP, will be using to hold the government to account, and also ensuring that there is public participation, and furthermore to also ensure that they don't just go out to the members of the public and present programs and not get any feedback from them.
That is correct, Ngosi. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV live at the City Hall in Cape Town. Of course, we're still waiting for the President, who's going to have his opening Parliament address scheduled for 7 a.m. 7 p.m., of course. Stay tuned.
My name is Masifa Kotlaradi Khali. I am from Limpopo Province. I was so fortunate when I come to Parliament this year or this term. I've been selected or elected as the chairperson of small businesses. You know, we are hoping so high with the speech of the president for his opening. Remember, we've been doing house-to-house visit, requesting people to vote for us in government, and they said to us they want unity, because unity is power. That is why you see those who signed the government of GNU are working together nicely. And now on the speech of the president, we want to hear the responses, relevant one, that will assist us as members of parliament when we go back to our constituencies to then talk about it and even implement it. For example, people does not have houses, and people are not employed, and the economy of the country is not favoring them. So we are looking forward for that, and would also want to see the vulnerables and the orphans, you know, living a better life. When it comes to education and the houses, we also want to see the vulnerables who are leading the child-headed families. Would also want to see them being assisted and taken care of. And as the issue of the GBV, we are against it. We'll really be harsh on those who practice it. I would also tell you what we are intending to do in my village. Remember, my husband is the traditional leader in the villages, out of 39 villages of the Khali, and we are really trying to take care of them. You know, Utata Nelson Mandela, his wish was to take care of those who need care. So we'll be delivering food parcels for the villagers. Out of all the villages, we have orphans, we have an orphanage center, whereby we are going to move all around the centers. And we'll be giving them a food parcel, not just a show. It's not going to be a talk show, but it will be a serious service delivery to those people. And I'm sure they will be pleased and they'll be happy, because that's what Utata Nelson Mandela projected all along. So that's what we'll do.
It's Darren Bergman, and my expectations for the opening of Parliament is to hopefully, with what's been happening at the Budget Lekgotla and what's been happening with what the President has said in the media, is for something positive, something unifying, something that will hopefully bring the markets and our economy up on par, and that will hopefully create jobs, because I think this is what it's all about. And I think the 7th term of Parliament is about creating jobs and building our economy together. So I've got great expectations. On Madiba Day, that's exactly what I will be doing, is spending my time with projects abroad on Zoom, trying to create unity, unifying people exactly as Madiba would have wanted it. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the 2024 opening of Parliament address. We're coming to you live from the City Hall in Cape Town. You can follow us on our social media platforms. Our handle is @Parliament of RSA across all social media platforms. Now, we all know that Parliament have two houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. I am now joined by the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Kaso. Good morning, Mhlekazi, and thank you for taking time off your schedule to speak to us at Parliament TV.
Good morning, Parliament TV and the viewers of Parliament TV.
Can you briefly speak to our viewers about your roles and responsibilities as the Secretary to the National Assembly, especially the kind of assistance that you would have provided to the presiding officers to ensure that today becomes a success?
Our role really is to enable members to perform their functions. We provide them with advice, we provide them with documentation, we provide them with all the information they require to exercise their constitutional mandate. And that's really what it is. They take the decisions. We give the framework, and we give guidance. So guidance is what you give even if you're not requested to do so. We also give advice. So guidance is proactive, advice is reactive. So our role is to do that for the presiding officers, for the whippery, and for the members. Of course, I don't work alone. I work with a team of colleagues who also assist me in the process of giving that advice. So when we give advice there, it's because the team is working on the advice. And that's really what it is.
The National Assembly has had its first sitting on the 14th of June. And following that, there's been establishment of committees, there's been many plenaries. What are some of the challenges that you have encountered thus far in the new 7th Parliament?
I guess I would call them challenges in a positive way. We, as you know, the configuration of the government is different. Whereas you would have had the second largest party being in Parliament on a full-time basis. When I say full-time basis, not being in the executive. Now you have the second largest party, being part of the government. So you've had to redefine what opposition is. You've had to redefine what leader of the opposition is. So the structures of Parliament have been dealing with that. In part, the Rules Committee met yesterday to interrogate those matters, and certain decisions have been taken. But even before that, we have had to set up committees of the National Assembly. We have had to formulate, work out how many whips should be there. Now, whips help in the political management of Parliament, primarily within their own parties, but also within Parliament as this institution. So the role of whips is very important. So we've had to work on those. As I said, portfolio committees of the National Assembly and various other determinations. We call them determinations. In other words, the allocation of time for speaking, the clustering of questions, how questions should be arranged for question sessions. So we've had to assist our leadership to wade their way through those issues, and I think they've done it with a great deal of success. So all that we've had from our side is to provide the support for them to do that. So we've had various meetings. I think we've had about 2 meetings of the Rules Committee on those issues. We've had the review of Assembly rules, 3 meetings already in this short period. And as you'll be aware, we've also had Orientation Week, and which took members through various aspects of Parliament in terms of their functions as members, the oversight function of Parliament, issues of decorum, but also issues of finances, pension, facilities that are available to members.
We know that in the past we've seen some disruptions, especially in relation to the sittings of this nature, and you've mentioned having reviewed some of the National Assembly rules. So what provisions have you made to ensure that these challenges that we've experienced in the past do not occur again?
Okay, I think it's important to mention that today is a joint sitting. So the rules that will be applicable today would be the joint rules. Indeed, those joint rules have been amended. They've really been amended to clarify issues and to codify certain practices that have always been there. The joint rules create what we have today, what we call opening of Parliament address. And I think the emphasis is on the address. And you could differently call it the beginning of session address or beginning of term address, because as you would know, technically Parliament has started to function on the 14th and the 15th already. So this opening of Parliament address is created by these joint rules. The joint rules also say that the President may not be interrupted when he speaks, when he gives his address, for this address, but also for the State of the Nation address. And maybe I should just explain, in our view, what's the difference between the two. So this address is meant to lay out the vision for the next 5 years, objectives and priorities. Of course, we don't know what is in the speech of the President, but when this rule was coined, it was really meant for such. And the State of the Nation address is a review of the year that has just passed and talking about the year ahead. So the joint rules are there to manage business and to ensure that the sitting is run orderly. And in the event of disruptions, and we always hope that we won't get to that point. In the event that we do get to that point, if we do get to it, then the rules are dynamic enough to respond to those things, to enable the presiding officers to manage that eventuality.
You've mentioned that you have all, like there are rules. Today's House sitting is governed by the joint rules, so there are rules in place. But start and rules that will come into effect.
These rules, one of the important things that the rules provide for is what is a point of order. Now, a point of order concerns matters of procedure or a breach of the rules. And the rules also indicate what if a member speaks unrecognized. And the rules indicate that the presiding officer can switch off the microphone or can direct the microphone to be switched off. If a member does not want to abide by the ruling of the presiding officer, the rule says that the presiding officer may ask the member to leave the chamber. And of course, the rules also say that if you willfully disregard the authority of the presiding officer or rulings, that could be contempt, can be referred to a structure. The rules also say that placards are not allowed in the chamber. And in terms of what members can do, in terms of what they cannot do, members may not abuse one another. Members have freedom of speech, but that freedom of speech is regulated by the rules. So the rules try to clarify those processes and what can be done, what cannot be done. And but all I can say is that in the event that we do get to the event to where some of these rules must be invoked, they are there for the presiding officers to invoke them.
And as we sum up, what are some of the preparations that the NA table has put in place to ensure the smooth running of today's event?
NA table and NCOP table, led by the Secretary to Parliament, we obviously do some preparations. We look at the rules that are applicable, and we believe we are ready. Of course, what happens between ourselves and the presiding officers remains there. But as you can see, we are ready for the sitting. The chamber is ready already. We've had to work through sitting arrangements for this chamber. So the chamber is ready. The documentation for the chamber is ready. We think that we have done maybe not enough, but we have done well in terms of preparing members for this sitting, because part of the induction was taking members through rules applicable, rules of debate, and what is parliamentary decorum, what is unparliamentary, what is parliamentary. So that's the kind of preparation that we've been involved in. And so we believe that we are ready for the session. Yeah.
And in closing, we are this year celebrating 30 years of our democracy, and today is a day that needs no explanation, July the 18th, which is known as the International Mandela Day, and we happen to be here in the City Hall where former President Mandela delivered his first address when he was released from prison back in 1990, with Mr. President, current President Cyril Ramaphosa holding the mic as he was delivering that address, and today he's set to deliver that his opening address for the 7th Parliament here in the same venue at 7 o'clock. What significance does that bring to Parliament?
I think it's significant. I think you've said it yourself that issues concerning Dr. Madiba really need no explanation. It's a special moment for the Republic. The 30 years itself of democracy is a special moment for the Republic. The month of July, and today being Dr. Mandela's Day, is a special moment indeed. We would not be here if people like Dr. Madiba and many others who sacrificed their time, sacrificed their comfort to fight for us, some of us. Not some of us, but all of us. We would not be the beneficiaries of this democracy. So today we can talk like this freely, say the things that we can say within the parameters of the law, obviously. We can even work in a parliament and talk about a democratic parliament and the making of the laws because of the people who sacrificed some of the things that they should have enjoyed for this. And of course, Dr. Mandela played a special role that he played for this democracy. So it is a special day. It really is, yeah.
And on behalf of the National Assembly, if I can put it that way, what message would you give to our viewers who are sitting and watching this interview at home on this day?
I would say this is your parliament. This is the parliament that wants to hear your voice. And it is that voice that will make South Africa have a better future. And therefore, we would like the viewers to utilize the mechanisms available to them. We have a petition system in Parliament. Before the elections, the political management structures of Parliament decided that within a period of 3 months, a petition must be concluded. So if a person has got an issue that they've been dealing with, they have exhausted all other avenues, and that's important, exhausted all other avenues Parliament is here to listen to them, and Parliament will attend to the matter. Where it is a matter that can be solved, it will be solved. But certainly Parliament will hear the matter, attend to it. So the message that we have is that this is your Parliament, and these members of the 7th Parliament are here to serve you as the members of the public, and us as the administration, we are here to make sure that the matters that you raise are channeled properly and they are dealt with by the structures that are meant to deal with them. So take this as your Parliament, which must hear your voice for the sake of your future and the future of your children and your children's children. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Masibulele Khaso, chatting to us about some of the activities that will be taking place today and what you can expect, the rules that relate to today's sitting, the preparations that Parliament has put in place to ensure that today's event is a success, and also speaking on also explaining your role as a member of the public, as a viewer in relation to the work of Parliament. You can also participate into Parliament. This is your Parliament, and we are, as I have said, coming to you here live from the City Hall in Cape Town, and for now you can just stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Wesley Douglas, and I'm the Member of Parliament for Gonjo West Sizwe and on the national list. And my expectations for the opening of Parliament is really for the President to address the most important issue, and that's the return of the land to the Aboriginal and Indigenous African people, to all of us, especially the Khoi and San. We want to hear from the President that he's going to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It's been signed in 2007, that has not been implemented. We want him to make sure that we are recognized as a First Nation Indigenous people, that we have rights under Articles 28, 38 and 40, and that there are many other articles which apply, which means that we have a right to claim our land back, we have a right to our Indigenous rights. We want to make sure that the whole of South Africa understands that MK is against this particular government, especially because it's called a GNU, but it's not a GNU. It doesn't include the opposition parties. It doesn't include most of the parties in Parliament. This is actually a marriage of convenience for the GNU. And this is just to keep people who are currently landowners, who currently stole the land and took our people and put them into the townships, to keep the land and the minerals in their hands while our people die in suffering and abject poverty. We want them to see, how is this government going to give the land back to the people? How is this land going to take the minerals and make sure that we beneficiate it here, that we have the value chains here, it's owned by our people, and it helps our people get out of poverty. We are done with all of this nonsense of the GNU hoarding the wealth for only white people and black elites. We now need all our people to be given the opportunity to take the wealth of our country to free our people from poverty. And this is what we want to hear. We don't want to hear about the economy. We don't want to hear about the things that they talk about, because the economy doesn't serve black and colored people. It doesn't serve the Khoisan people. So if we want to see how we want to move forward, we want to say, throw out the rule book. It's no longer business as usual. We want the land back. And we want the land back so that we can take our people out of poverty. The people who have it are a small minority, and they're enriching themselves and they're hoarding our wealth. And we want them to stop, Mr. President, and anybody else who says anything else different does not represent the people of South Africa. The people of South Africa want our land back, and we want it now. In terms of the Mandela Day, the challenge that we have is that, yes, Mandela did a lot for us, but the one thing it didn't do is recognize the Khoi and San people, because we are the ones that are the rightful owners. During that time, there was a first GNU, and that first GNU excluded the Khoisan people. It included the people on the left and on the right. It included people that are from British and Dutch descent, as well as Bantu and Nguni-speaking tribes, but they failed to recognize the Khoisan. They never recognized our kings and our queens for 30 years. And that was because they wanted to keep us from being recognized, that they can keep our land, because they know once we have our land rights back, we will be able to claim our land back. So for Nelson Mandela Day, what we're doing is we're going out to help the Khoi and the San people, the most neglected and oppressed people. We are the first nation amongst First Nations. We are the oldest living race. We are older than the American Red Indians. We are older than the Aborigines. We are the oldest, most ancient living race, and yet we are not recognized. We have no land, and we are oppressed by this GNU for 30 years. We want that rectified. And what we're going to do on Nelson Mandela Day is we're going to go and help the Khoi and the San people and be able to feed them and clothe them and tell them there's hope. You have your own people, your own royalty in Parliament representing you. And Baba Zuma from MK has made it possible.
You are still live on Parliament TV inside, in fact, the City Hall in Cape Town after the weather that we had this morning. I am joined by the Secretary to the NCOP, Advocate Mandela. So today is the opening of Parliament address. Your particular thing is that you are the Secretary to the NCOP. What is the role of the NCOP?
Well, the role of the National Council of Provinces is that it is established to represent the interests of the provinces and to ensure that provinces are represented in the national sphere of government. But in this instance, the NCOP is here, or the National Council of Provinces is here as part of Parliament, as another house of Parliament. Because in most instances, when people talk about Parliament, they refer to the National Assembly. They forget that Parliament consists of two houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So without the National Council of Provinces today, we can't say that there's a joint sitting, we can't say that there's a sitting of Parliament. We can only say that if the two houses are sitting together.
Of course, that signifies the importance of the NCOP within Parliament as a whole. Just explain to us how the joint rules and the amendment that was made in November 2023 has now affected sittings such as this one.
Well, the rules are dynamic. The rules are subject to change. From time to time, they will be amended. When the circumstances change, the rules will be amended to suit the circumstances. The rules may also be suspended because the rules are not there to disable the House to carry out its own business. They are there to enable the House, to assist the House to carry out its own business. They are there to ensure that there's law and order in the House. They are there to make sure that the presiding officers are able to maintain law and order in the decorum of the House. So the amendments are not really amendments which were intended for any particular purpose. The rules were amended because the circumstances had changed, and therefore we had to amend the rules in order to make sure that they are in line with the current practices, with the current processes and procedures of parliaments, not only in South Africa but internationally.
Now let's move away a little from the joint sitting and the National Assembly, because you did mention that a lot of people forget that the National Council of Provinces plays a huge role in ensuring accountability and oversight. Please let me know some of the processes that you are accountable for as the Secretary of the NCOP.
Well, as Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, I'm here to provide procedural advice to the presiding officers. I'm the Chief Procedural Advisor. I assist the presiding officers in the interpretation, and not only the presiding officers, but also members in general, in the interpretation of the rules. So that is why I'm the Chief Procedural Advisor in the National Council of Provinces.
And what are some of the procedures that we see in the NCOP when, for example, bills come by from the different provinces and so forth?
When the bills come from the National Assembly, we refer those bills. If there are bills that affect provinces, that provinces should participate in, we refer those bills to the provincial legislatures, so that the provincial legislatures can look at the bills and make sure that the interests of the provinces are catered for in those bills. And when it comes to voting on those bills that affect provinces, we have to hear from the voices of the provincial legislatures or the voices of the provinces, whether they support the bill or they do not support the bill. If the majority of the provinces do not support the bill, we will not go forward with that bill. We will not pass that bill. We can only pass it if it's supported by the majority of provinces, merely because the voices of the provinces in those bills must be heard.
Of course, during this week and the past week, we've been having budget votes. I just wanted to know, and please explain to the viewers, the importance of budget votes when it comes to ensuring that departments can go through with their mandate.
You'd remember that before the elections, what you refer to as the appropriation bill was introduced. This is a bill that appropriates money to the spheres of government. So when that bill was introduced, it was not passed because we had to go into the elections. So after the elections, that bill then was revived by the National Assembly because it was introduced in the National Assembly. So now we are busy with the budget votes. The budget votes are merely an elaboration of what is contained in the appropriation bill in the national sphere of government, where now each department is telling the nation what it intends to do with the money that it requires for the purposes of service delivery. And that is why each and every minister must come into the House and explain what that money is going to be used for.
And then looking at what happened so far with regards to the GNU now, we have a new parliament, it's the 7th administration, hence we're having the opening of parliament address. What are some of your expectations with regards to what the president might say today, or how is it that the NCOP has readied itself to ensure that, what the president wants to implement is there will be accountability and oversight over that?
Well, I can't anticipate what the president is going to say, but all that I can say is that whatever the president says and whatever would follow from what the ministers would say, the National Council of Provinces will make sure that all those promises are carried out.
Later on in the day on Parliament TV, we'll be speaking to the speakers of the provincial legislatures. And of course, when it comes to the provincial legislatures, that plays a pivotal role in the NCOP. I just wanted to know, now that they're going to have their State of the Nation provincial addresses, what are some of the expectations that viewers can have from that and how the NCOP is integrated in that?
Because we have three spheres of government, you expect that when the president speaks, whatever the provinces would say would flow from what the president had said. So we're expecting that there should be cooperation between the three spheres of government, make sure that whatever the president had said is implemented also at provincial level.
With that, today is Mandela Day.
Yes.
What is the significance of Mandela Day to you?
I'm sure anybody knows who Mandela is.
Absolutely.
Internationally, even nationally, everybody knows what Mandela stood for. He stood for democracy, stood for human rights, he stood for civil liberties. So he was the embodiment of democracy. So that is how important Mandela is insofar as this country is concerned, insofar as the international community is concerned.
And do you think that some of the ideologies and ideas that Mandela had and the vision that he had for South Africa, do you think we are there, or there's still a lot of work that needs to be done?
Well, our constitution is an embodiment of human rights. We have the Bill of Rights contained in our constitution. Of course, some of the rights, particularly the socio-economic rights, in terms of the constitution, they must be implemented progressively. So we have not reached that stage as yet. There should be a progressive implementation of those rights.
And what will you be doing for your 67 minutes of Mandela Day today? I know you're working, but what else? Maybe a community-based or something else that you'll be doing
today,
to contribute to your day. Your 67 minutes of Mandela Day for today.
Today I'll be putting my services to the nation.
Yes.
I'll be ensuring that the sitting takes place and the sitting goes well.
Thank you so much,
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV live at the City Hall. We just spoke to the NCOP, the Secretary to the NCOP, and he just discussed to us what are some of the things that we can expect, and of course the role of the NCOP when it comes to joint sittings. He did signify that if the NCOP was not part of this, then you cannot call it a joint sitting, and of course then things such as the opening of Parliament address that we have today, the State of the Nation address cannot be called and cannot go forward without the NCOP. Now, we're still in Cape Town. Things are looking a little bit brighter on the outside, and hopefully things will get better. Do join the conversation by using hashtag OPA2024 and hashtag Youth Take Oath, because that is some of the segment that we have today. We'll be focusing not only on the opening of Parliament address, but also the youth that have taken oath. Thank you so much. Stay tuned.
you for coming through and sharing music with us. I am joined here by these two ladies. Come by, I don't bite. Please, ladies, just share your name and what it is that you do here in the back.
My name is...
Is it good?
I stay out too late, got nothing in my brain. That's what people say, oh, that's what people say. I go on too many dates, but I can make them stay. That's what people say, oh, that's what people say. But I keep cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. Cause the player's gonna play, haters gonna hate. I'm just gonna shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off, I shake it off, shake it off, I shake it off, shake it off, I shake it off, shake it off.
Oh, some of the greatest things that we have here in Cape Town City Hall. Of course, this is Wynberg High School. Wynberg High School girls. This is a band with the jazz and marimba. They're joining us here at the Nelson Mandela Museum here. Of course, we're waiting for the opening of Parliament address from the President at 7 p.m. But while we wait, we get to enjoy such things. Of course, they are here to share a few things about themselves and why it is that they love music. Please introduce yourself, where you're from, and how it is that you are involved in this band.
My name is Abetana Gwede. I am 15 years old in grade 10. I joined the jazz band the beginning of the year and I sing. I live in Heiderveld. It's in the Cape Flats.
Ooh, and you, please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Tanya Grieva. I'm in Matric at Wynberg Girls High and I'm in the Mandela Senior Band. I live in Cape Town, South Africa, Wynberg, Kenman. That's the same area kind of.
So tell me, are you excited to be part of the opening of Parliament address?
Yes, I feel like it's a really great opportunity to experience new things. It's my first time here, but it's actually really fun. I was nervous at first, but it's actually really nice to be here. Yes.
Oh, she said she was nervous. Were you also nervous?
Definitely nervous coming here, sitting on the shuttle on my way here. I was sweating my eyes out. I was almost going to cry because I'm so scared. But being here, it is an honor. That's amazing.
Obviously, there are a lot of school kids also that probably want to join the band. I want to join the band as well. I think I can play a few drums. So what's your advice for school kids that also want to join the band and be part of something great?
You don't have to be perfect to do something. So if you have a passion for maybe being able to play drums, you can join the jazz band. So it's like a really great opportunity to try new things, experience and see how it goes.
And if I can sing, can I join as well?
Of course you can. Anyone can join anything they want. I think the main thing to think about is just go for it. Don't be scared. Definitely don't be scared.
I think I need your teacher to confirm that for me. I am joined by Ms. Dana Pierce. Ms. Dana Pierce, please, this is a gorgeous group of girls. Let us know why you are in charge of it and what has inspired you to do this.
I think coming from, I recently started performing with them, and my main goal in life is to inspire young learners and to give them hope, give them something hopeful that they can inspire others of their generation. So yeah, that's my role.
And is it true what they say that I can join if I can just play a few drums?
You can play a few something. You're more than welcome to.
Tell me, just a more serious point, how important is it, do you think, that school-going children should know and be involved with things such as what's happening today with the opening of Parliament, new government and everything else? Because I know when you're this age, you feel like, I don't do politics. So how important is it for them to be involved and be in the know?
I think it's very important. I think at Weinberg we really teach our learners what's the real world. I'm sure a lot of them have some debates. They're very open to what's happening, and I think for us as a generation, they are our future, and it's important for them to also have their opinions and know what's happening out there.
And can you sing yourself? You play a few something?
I play saxophone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dana Pierce. That was the Weinberg High School girls. Please, guys, go ahead.
I say isolate, got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. Oh, that's what people say. I go on too many days, but I can make them stay. That's what people say. Oh, that's what people say. But I keep cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music, my mind saying it's gonna be alright. Cause the player's gonna play, haters gonna hate. I'm just gonna shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off, I shake it off, shake it off, I shake it off, shake it off, I shake it off, shake it off.
My name is Sky Proctor. I am originally from KZN and really looking forward to the opening of Parliament. I suppose I would say most expectant of solidarity. I hope that the change brings our leaders together. I think South Africa is working hard on coming together, and I just hope to see that replicated in the people that lead us. So I am currently teaching at the university at UCT, so working with foreign language students, and we are going to be doing a really cool little community excursion out into the city and just doing some integration of cross-cultural and looking at travel and tourism and how we can bring our education, travel, tourism, and arts and culture together, and finding ways to support local artists, something I'm very passionate about. So we will be going on a little city sightseeing and looking for some art and speaking to some local artists and just getting out there. I think for a long time, I think as I am understanding and coming into my role as a citizen and trying to figure out what my responsibility is in terms of contributing, Mandela would be my foundation of inspiration, I think, and what I have seen, I look around at politicians and parliament right now, and there's a lot of confusion, and what I would say that what I draw from Mandela is that feeling of leadership, and I think that is something really exciting. I think that is something that I look forward to, again, like identifying in our parliament in the next season to come. Is we've had many presidents, but we are ready for a leader.
Hi, I'm Alison Snyders, and I've been on the market for a very long time. But we really want change to happen in Cape Town because there's so much happening. There's so much people that need help on the streets. The drugs in Cape Town are crazy. It's like so much is happening and nobody's looking into the situation. If you look at the market, if you walk down the market, how the bricks and stuff are broken. We talk to the people, but nothing comes from nothing. We got problems with taxi drivers. We don't even have parking for our customers here. Every night the taxis, we stand here. If we want to pull out, we must wait till they finish until we can get out of our parking lot. How can really now? And we got a loading zone here, but now all the trucks comes from the shops and they stand the whole loading zone full. Now you come to offload, now they write us. So there is so much things that is not even right here in Cape Town. I mean, we're really looking forward for a lot of changes. Mandela Day, what it means for me, because Mandela was the big guy, but we just normally come and work. But now, because the streets are closed and everything else is closed, we must come and sit here and just enjoy what is happening in Cape Town. Yeah. So, yeah, I know there's a lot of things happening in Cape Town when it's Mandela Day. It's a good thing because everybody gets this and this one is running there and everybody just gives out charity. So it's a good thing for a lot of people here in Cape Town, especially the street children. They enjoy it so much. Because now they get this and they get that, and they actually so excited what Mandela did.
We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees the political liberties and the human rights of all our citizens.
What is democracy? We often hear that South Africa transitioned into democracy in 1994. However, what do we know about democracy? In simple terms, democracy means that the people are entitled to influence important decisions that affect their lives. Instead of having one person making all the decisions in a country, democracy brings together the views and interests of all people so that the future of the country can be decided based on all these views. That doesn't mean that each individual's view will prevail, but it means that people have a say and that their views are taken seriously. Democracy is rule by the majority. The word democracy comes from ancient Greek, with demos meaning the people and kratos meaning to rule. So its literal meaning is rule by the people. In a direct democracy, people govern themselves. Each person would have a direct say in every single decision that affects the country. This would be very difficult to implement. In a representative democracy, like South Africa's, we elect representatives to represent our interests and to govern the country. This happens through regular elections in line with the country's constitution. But it is important to remember that regular democratic elections are not the only key feature of democracy. There are a number of other principles that need to be present in order to have a well-functioning democracy. They include the respect for some basic human rights, a multi-party system paired with political tolerance, respect for the rule of law, democratic governance, and citizen participation. At the same time, it is important to understand that every country has a unique democratic system. Countries will be differently democratic, but democracy rests upon certain fundamental principles that we have just outlined. Although it can never be guaranteed, in a well-functioning democracy, citizens are more likely to be rewarded with the fruits of democracy, which include respect for human dignity, freedom, equality, justice, good governance, peace, and the opportunity to hold elected representatives accountable. These are as important as making sure that everyone has a good standard of living. This does not mean that there will be no differences of opinion or that contestation will not occur. Since there are always different interests in complex societies, challenges and contestation will occur. This is part of the democratic process. Let's talk briefly about each fruit of democracy. Freedom means that in a democracy, people are able to act, speak, and think freely as long as they act in line with the country's constitution and do not interfere with another person's rights. Equality means that each person living in a country has the same status and rights as everyone else and may not be discriminated against. And the justice system will treat every individual equally before the law. That's what we also refer to as the rule of law. Further, well-functioning democracies are more likely to be governed well. That means that the government will aim to be efficient, transparent, and responsive, which are all prerequisites to ensure accountability to its citizens. Where the government does not uphold the values and practices of democratic governance, citizens have the right to hold elected representatives to account. Finally, well-functioning democracies have a greater chance of becoming peaceful societies where everyone is respected. This results in a more pleasant and safe environment for everyone. These outcomes of successful democracies are not easy to realize and require a great amount of effort from everyone in the country. Because it is so profoundly difficult to achieve these goals, some people may feel like giving up on the entire system of democracy. This will mean giving up your freedom. South Africa is one of the youngest democracies in the world. Only in 1994, after much struggle and sacrifice, were all citizens granted the right to freely and fairly vote for their representative government under a democratic constitution. Prior to that, the apartheid government granted limited political rights only to the white minority and discriminated against everyone else. Under apartheid, we did not have freedom and everyone was not equal before the law. We now have a democracy, which includes a new constitution with a vision for a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. So while our young democracy may not be perfect, it is something we should hold dear. To summarize, why is democracy such a successful form of government in the world? A democracy is a government in which supreme power is vested in the people. Citizens exercise power directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving regular, free and fair elections. Democracy allows its people to have a say in the future direction of a country. And a well-functioning democracy comes as close as possible to the ideals of its citizens, to live in a peaceful, free and fair society that is managed by an elected, democratic government that displays good governance.
Igama lami ngu-Andile Mutama, ndingunyawuza uthahlo ndayene hloba ngobende sesixelikazi. Ke kgoletse ebile ke belegetswe ko Bokone Bophirima Northwest. Ke tsene sekolo teng ka ba ka tswella pele ka ya ko Wits University. Now, on this particular 7th session of Parliament, there are basically two important questions that I wish addressed. The first is the land question. We have played political football with this question for far too long. This session of Parliament must address this question once and for all. The second important thing is to deal with white monopoly capital corruption. You know, people don't know that, for instance, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is captured. And then, of course, we hope we can unify all the black political parties. It is a real indictment that parliament or this parliament is 80% black, but we are unable to constitute two-thirds majority to address the big questions of land, the big questions of the economy. We cannot continue to have a minority controlling our wealth. We must get a share on the diamonds and the gold and the platinum which God has given us. Those are the key things that I'm going to make sure that we address in this session of Parliament. Well, personally, to be a member of Parliament simply means that I am here to be the voice of the voiceless. I'm going to raise the issue of farm workers. These are slaves in this country who continue to be killed and murdered with no recourse whatsoever. Their salaries are shocking, and Parliament has actually legislated that they must get these wages of slavery. We are going to raise that issue very, very sharply and even call for a commission of inquiry on the conditions of farm workers in this country. We are going to go and make sure that all the marginalized people, here in Parliament, in Cape Town, when there rains, our people get flooded. People die from fire because the conditions are subhuman. We cannot live so well, just a stone throw away, and our people suffer this much. Parliament must intervene and make sure that our people stop living in ihokis as if they are animals.
My name is Solima Latsi. I'm a returning MP. I come from a village called Muduani in Khadikhali in the far north of Polokwane. Outside of work, I'm a long-distance runner. I also play social football, not very good at it, but good at coaching football. Look, I think the 7th Parliament is going to be very interesting because it all shows and everything points out that it will be a coalition government. So it's going to be curious to see how, even though at committee level, MPs have always worked together, to see that happening in real terms through a government. And I think one of the things that one in particular wants to achieve is to see far more younger voices having a stronger place in Parliament and playing much more of a leadership role in Parliament.
My name is Moleboheng Sharon Letlape. I am from Photsaneng village in Rustenburg, Ward 45 in the Northwest Province. I like working outside of work, basically, spending time with young people on the streets of different provinces and communities, doing community work. My interest in the 7th Parliament is basically to make sure that the young people finally get voices. The first thing is would like an attainment of free education, which is a fight that young people have already taken for the longest time. We want young people to get jobs. We want young people to get land. We want young people to be in business and to get the necessary support that they want. And those are some of the things that we will be fighting for. I have interest particularly in the economic freedom fights, is advancing these issues in Parliament, and that ultimately at the end of the 7th Parliament I'll be part of the history of attainment of these issues that have got the best interest of young people at heart.
Sanibonani, my name is Ugugulethu Ukamathonsi Mchunu. I'm from eThekwini, kwaMashu in KZN. Ngizalelwe khona kwaMashu, ilokishi nje elaziwa elikhulu elaphana eThekwini. During my spare time, ngiyathanda kakhulu ukuthi ngicule. I am a gospel singer known as Ukamathonsi. And yeah, I'm also dealing kakhulu nabantu besifazane. I have an organization ebizwa ngokuthi Women of Wisdom, where I deal with abantu besifazane from the young age bakhule baze babadala, and ukubafundisa nje indlela zokuphila nobuntu ebantwini. So ngiqhamuka ke kwi-party ebizwa ngomkhonto wesizwe, njengoba ngilana nje kwi-National Assembly, ikakhulu okusenhlizweni yami ukuthi kube khona ushintsho kubantu esiphuma kubona, ikakhulu ngesevile kwi-region yeTheku. Base beyangithemba ukuthi bangidluselelana, and ngiyazi ukuthi nakunezinto eziningi ezizoba noshintsho empilweni zethu, ikakhulu ngoba inhloso yami ikubantu besifazane ukuthi bakhule, bakwazi ukwenza izinto, kungabo ngathi bona abakwazi ukwenza lutho kanti banawo amandla okwenza izinto. So ke inhloso yami ukuthi ngibone iParliament li recognize abantu besifazane kakhulu futhi bekhula kuma careers abo. Ngiyabonga.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. Of course, we are live outside the City Hall. It is raining and we are back in our studio as a result. Of course, we are waiting for the President and he's going to deliver his opening of Parliament address, which is scheduled for 7 p.m. later today. We've had a lot of interactions, a lot of expectations from members. We've spoken to the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Speaker, and all other office bearers. Now, today we'll be sharing the stage with former MP Nompendulo Mkhatshwa and the former KZN MP Mbalintuli, who will be leading conversation with the young MPs under the theme Youth Take Oath. How are you guys doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Nompendulo, let's get into why you felt that it was so important to ensure that we share this moment regarding the youth and the fact that they want to be part of decision-making and policy-making.
Thanks for that question, Sepo. So, I mean, I've had the honor of being sworn into the 6th administration. I was the youngest woman on the benches of the African National Congress. Immediately given responsibilities, made a whip, and 2 years later made a chair of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And for me, I felt it was important for us to have this segment on hashtag the Youth Take Oath because, one, there was a buzz Bali in 2019 about us getting to Parliament, the likes of Chirwa and Notata and so forth, as if there were never members of Parliament who were under the age of 35 before. But after our conversation with Speaker this morning, in fact, there were young people in the first democratic Parliament of South Africa who were under the age of 35, right?
Yes.
So it was important for us to highlight that young people have always been in Parliament, but we've always wanted an increased representation of young people that is proportional to the greatest extent, to the number of young people we actually have in the country.
Right. Mbali, and you yourself, you were a young MPL, right? So just give us a brief explanation of how that experience was for you. Did you ever feel small? Did you ever feel undermined because of your age at the time?
I think, like Unompendulo, I also started in youth politics. So by the time I became a councillor when I was about 23 and then an MPL at 27, there had been already quite a lot under my belt. But I do think that it is still important to take it on, because I also became a mother when I was in MPL, which at the time was the first baby in a long time in the legislature. And I think that these are the things that we're going to see more and more of as we have younger people come into parliaments and to legislations, is how do you also ensure, particularly for women, that they're also able to still keep that balance, because we do unfortunately bear the physicality of having things like children. And so these are the kinds of things that are really important. But for me, it's also been really important since I've left at least formal representative politics to make sure that we are making legislature, parliament, our legislation far more accessible to young people, the average person, which is why it's so great to be on parliamentary TV. We need to have the civic space and the participation of our citizens far more than we've ever had it before. We're 30 years into democracy, and I think we finally, especially with what we saw happening in the elections this year, are at a point where people realize that they actually need to do more to participate in their democracy.
So, well, there you have it. Keep on watching Parliament TV, and of course you can join the conversation by following our social media platforms on at Parliament of RSA. Stay tuned, use the hashtag YouthTakeOath, use the hashtag OPA2024.
My name is Sihlale, right? Yeah, I'm coming from Delft. I live here in Cape Town, you see. But like the roads, I'm coming from Eastern Cape, right? So I must create more opportunities for young people, like job opportunities, right? Since there's since the youth, you see, they are struggling, maybe some of them to get the higher education, right? You see, so at least they must have help us to get what, at least whereby we still want to go to learn, right? We still want to learn. We just go further for further education, right? So we want the president, we want at least to increase the higher numbers of colleges that make people must go free, you see, free education, yeah.
I'm Tabeka Pikini. I'm from Cape Metro, 10113 branching. The only thing we see from our government is to focus in unemployment, and then it can stop this thing, say age of 18 to 35, because some people have any qualification. Each year, you finish your qualification in the age of 25, and then you wait until age of 30, and then when you're supposed to get a job, that's good. So you need the experience. Where are we going to get this experience without getting hiring? Another thing we want the government to focus as going, because most of the time we NSFAS who figure late, if month by students election, that means the abandonment was a delay. We need us on the government to focus. That is a simple things this is needed for government, because the moment of Madam Seven, that the moment of provide the family. That means if who have even been about black, it will fail. That thing of abandon but depend. The government always say government want this, government want that. Is our pain. As long we get jobs, as long we get education. That is. I will be happy for government and I focus because it's simple.
Mina ndingumasithule mhambi apha kule ndawo ndiyazama esitrateni ngozithengisela ngamayeza mancinci ndiwathengisayo apha. Mna ndisuka Coffee Magwala eMatshoyo, apho ndihlala khona, ndihlala eFilipi kwindawo entsha kuthiwa yiRamaphosa. Uba ilisuku likaMandela wazalwa ngalo ne, ewe siyayibulela loo mini, ingase kube ntle isuku langomso. Sihlele emvuleni eCape Town, izindlu ziyanetha, amatyotyombe sihlala kanzima, sihlala emikhukhwini. Siyastruggle. Ndacela kodwa ke ugovernment akasinike siphume emikhukhwini nathi kwilokhu sesihlala kuzo simbone lichitha lonke itshotshombe athi ubeka izindlu ngoba kukuloo ndawo siyacela ke ugovernment uzayo.
Hi, my name is Mabalwa Philip. I think the major thing that we're expecting to be addressed is around the spaza shops. And obviously employment for South Africans. I think that's probably the biggest piece for me, because I think we open it up so much for foreign nationals that eventually there isn't anything for us to go by. I think also, for me, I think probably the taxi industry is probably one of the biggest ones as well, just transportation while we're at it. I think those are my big pointers. Over to you, Faye.
Nothing much, guys. I think we have been waiting and we have been experiencing, especially with load shedding. Is there a plan? Is there any change that we still need to, look forward to? My Mandela Day, I will be at work, but basically we would be doing some, taking care of the need. Those ones that need will be actually doing some sandwiches and handing it over during lunchtime, making sure that we're giving back for Mandela Day.
The 7th administration. We are very excited, Nompendulo, to have our esteemed guests with us this morning. I'm going to let you to introduce our wonderful guests.
Honorable Machozi, Honorable Mandela. It's so nice to say that to both of you. Honorable Machozi and Honorable Mandela led in the board of the National Youth Development Agency. And I must say at that time it was deputy chaired by our beloved Bavelile Songwa, who also was a member of Parliament. In fact, she was the Deputy Minister at Minerals, and she would have been happy to see both of you sitting next to each other like this.
True.
Yeah.
So before we get into the very meaty conversations, though, I think just for the people that are watching at home, sometimes they don't always know who our parliamentarians are. So a big part of what we're trying to do in this segment is also introduce our new officers. So I'd like to start with you, Honorable Majosi. If you can just tell us, where are you from? Why did you get into politics? How did you get into this role? What kind of things can young people really look up to in terms of you? What do you think about, what's happening in our country at the moment?
Wow, thank you, Mbali. My name is Zandile Majosi. I'm from a township in Soweto, White City, Jabavu. I grew up there, primary school. I attended there, high school. It was at Maurice Isaacson High, where I matriculated. And after that, in fact, it's very interesting how I got into politics. My grandfather is an IFP staunch member. Okay. So he used to take me to the rallies when I was around 13, 14. So actually that's how I got to then enjoy being in the midst of people and understanding what the IFP is all about and understanding the policies and values. That's when I got interested into politics. At that time, young people were not that much into politics. Sure. Because they saw that it doesn't benefit anything, there are no services that are provided, why should we be involved in these things? But coming from the dusty streets of White City, Jabavu, it encouraged a lot of people, especially when they started seeing me on the NYDA, as Nompendulo said, started seeing me on Parliament. They then started now being interested into politics because they saw that, which means there is something if you put value into it and if you commit yourself and you are determined about something that you want to do. So that's how I started my politics, and that's how I then met my
Your
friend
sister.
here and sister. In the
You guys are even
NYDA.
staying together.
Yes.
So you haven't gotten your house yet, I'm assuming. Why are you staying together, Jay?
And
that's so beautiful, right?
Yes.
So people often think because we're from different political parties, there's this animosity, but like. This is it, right? This is the GNU, I guess.
Yes.
So this is democracy. This is democracy because your friendship started way before this GNU. Give Mang Joy.
Thank you, Ulo. I call you Ulo.
Yes.
Joy is a young woman, not in the description of the South African Constitution, of course, but I'm 36. It's a young woman who grew up in a village in Hamalikana, in Skukune. Joy is a young woman who's always been very inclined to participate in anything that ought or sought to shape our communities. So I went to school at Hamalikana Primary School. I participated in drama, in debates, in poetry. I danced. I was
that girl.
So, and then I went to high school. I participated I became a class prefect. I became an LRC. At the time we called them LRC. So Bengi Papa, I would be there. Anything that required a form of leadership, I want to be there. I want to lead. I want to have a say in what happens. So I then went to Mubani FET College. That's when I joined the ANC Youth League officially. I was 18 years old. And remember, it was at the time when TVET colleges were introduced. And we were the first batch that were taken. And FSAS was introduced in TVET colleges for the first time. So it was a full bursary. I went to Mubani, and how I then joined the Youth League. This is a story. So because it had teething problems. So NFSAS had teething problems. We did not get our accommodation money in time. So there were a lot of issues with it. So I was one of those students who would always mobilize students that we are actually going to go to the Triple S office and we're going to march and we're going to strike. So I was that active. Then I met my friend Taba Mukawan, who was a member of the ANC Youth League at the time. Then he said, you would be perfect as an ANC Youth League member.
Wow.
So I started then. I rose through the ranks, led the
I mean, now you're
level.
an NEC member of the ANC. And Mam Togo is testament to the fact that this thing, there's no young people in these upper structures is not true, because she was even in the NEC of the ANC in like her early 30s, right? So what's happening with you guys on Neba Ozuko is nothing new. It's how the ANC should be.
Yes. So it's like that. And then, rising through the ranks, all levels of the Youth League I've led. I've led also SASCO at the provincial level. As an official, I led the YCL at the provincial level. And then we went to the NYDA. We were appointed to the board of the NYDA. A very exciting experience. I can tell you, you'd remember, in the manner in which we were so excited, we got to the board and we then agreed that we were going to be an activist board. So we were actually more visible than we should be as a board, because we were excited and we wanted to fix the agency. We wanted young people to be able to access the agency. We wanted the agency to be visible and to be accessible to a young person in a rural village and in townships. So that's Joy in a nutshell. But it's a lot.
I'm inspired by Joy, particularly when you said anything that requires leadership, I'm there.
Yeah. And sometimes it is about actually taking up the mantle of making sure that you put yourself forward. And I think we need to see more young people being able to do this, more women in particular in our country. So it's really exciting to have both of you. And of course, congratulations, because obviously on the 14th of June, and then later on when the chairpersons were done about 2 weeks ago, you were both elected for your current positions. So, Honorable Majosi, you were obviously there in the 6th administration. In this administration, you've been given the big responsibility of being one of the chairpersons. What, in your sort of estimation or feelings, do you think still needs to change? What do you think you might be able to bring in terms of the role that you have, given what we've said about women, young people, and just generally the institution, and making it something that, at least in the House, is something that works maybe a little bit better than what we've seen?
No, thank you, Mbali. I think being in the 6th administration, it helped a lot, because then that's what School of Excellence, we'll call it that, because that's when you learned more about the legislations, these sections, does this department work, what happens in these portfolios and so forth, and the oversight at all. So it helped a lot when we came into the 7th administration. Obviously, the voters then forced all political parties to then work together. That's why now there's the GNU. And when I was elected, I think firstly to all political parties that are in the GNU to say, no, we agree on this name. We agree on these young women to be part of the House chairpersons. Then it gives you that responsibility as a young person, not necessarily that I'm still under the age of 35, but obviously we come from the youth organizations, but it gives you that strength and courage to then say that, which means on this administration, we must make a difference. We must bring that change of young people seeing development, young people seeing parliament being managed and controlled in a proper manner, because that's what we need. Many people are discouraged, in fact, in watching parliament because they would see the disruptions and so forth. But in this 7th parliament, we must try to bring all our heads in one basket and work for the people of South Africa. I believe that's why we are here. We are servants of the people. We're not brought up here because of we must do as we please, but it's what people expect us to do in the 7th parliament. So I believe that I will be bringing more responsibilities in terms of making sure that we have a parliament that is controlled and managed properly, and we don't have disruptions inside the house, so that we get a solid solutions on how then are we going to service our people as the House chairperson, and I'm given responsibilities as well of international relations. So I believe that young people, Pan-African Parliament must start now engaging on that, and we'll have programs where we would enroll programs out to have outreach programs to inform young people what is it we are all about in Parliament, how can they get involved in Parliament, and how to develop themselves within the Parliament that we're in. So that is our responsibility, honestly, to make sure that we transition from us as we got in when we're very young, and how then do we then transition other young people, bring them in and make sure that they are developed and are encouraged to actually be involved in Parliament. And how do we bring back youth parliament? Because we have had 2 years of not hosting youth parliament. We must bring it and give it more food and more teeth. That it must survive, it must bring life, so that we can see how then do we develop and encourage young people to participate more in politics.
I really love that, because you're absolutely right. This instability that we've seen in Parliament over the last few years is, when you look at the surveys that were done by Afrobarometer and a number of others, a big reason why young people were getting turned off from politics, because they felt like it was not being taken seriously. So it's very encouraging to hear you saying that, and I think, you know, we wish you the very best in that particular role, and with the Youth Parliament and bringing a bigger focus.
And I'm happy that at least she's the chairperson of basic education.
Yes, that's exactly what we want.
The enrollment of programs will be very perfect on this one. Yes.
So that's also a very exciting chat for us, and I really am inspired by both of you, but also how, you know, as you're saying, Bali, you want to channel your energies towards the 7th administration. I also think because of the amount of work we have to do for oversight and accountability, we actually don't have time for that nonsense that takes place in the chambers, right? Because sometimes as a chair of a committee, and you'll experience this, you feel like you have a backlog of issues you want to get through, right? The program of your committee. But like, you're spending so much time in the chambers where you feel like, if I could take this time we're spent in the chambers doing I don't know what, but for oversight and holding the executive to account and giving advice, you know, I could be fixing other issues. So I'm really inspired by your response, House Chairperson. Honourable Mandela, it's beautiful to see a young minister supported by this young chairperson. I mean, Honourable Siviwe Kachube is the youngest minister in our cabinet, Minister of Basic Education, and you are chairing the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. So she's 35, she just turned 35, you're 36, you just turned 36. Beautiful. You're
Powerful
not new.
combo.
Huh?
Powerful combo.
Powerful, really powerful. You're not new to the concept of two women having to be at the helm of leadership.
Yes.
You and Honorable Mhlauli, who's now the deputy minister in the presidency, once upon a time were at the helm of turning the youth league around, right?
Yes.
So that for us is already exciting. But what is it that you think you, working hand in hand with Minister Kwahube, could do to champion the many challenges that we do see in our basic education system?
Well, thank you very much, Nompendulo, for that question. One is, what I get is that there is a sense of revised energy from both myself and the minister, but also the members of that committee.
Sure.
If you were to zoom in into the membership of the committee, we've got a good balance of experience because they are retaining members who were in the same portfolio committee who are still members of that committee. So we've got a balance of experience, but also if you look at the whip of that committee, it's a young person,
Sure.
under 35.
Sure.
So there is members in that committee who are under 35,
Sure.
a majority of the members in that committee. So there is revised energy. And one of the things that when we were in the Youth League used to say would be that, look, our elders who took over the democratic government started in 1994, did a lot to bring us where we are. However, we believe that there is a need for infused new ideas, but also to allow young people to craft a future they want to live in.
Sure.
Because that is the future they're going to be living in. So allow them the space to craft it. So basic education, an exciting space. You know, it plays a pivotal role in preparing young people, in preparing a conducive environment where learning and teaching becomes effortless, you know.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that have been that we've been trying to do. The bill that has been passed recently, it's in the desk of the president for signing. There was extensive engagements with various stakeholders, but ultimately the previous administration of Bo Zandi, my friend, finally passed the bill, which is, if you look at the bill, it's actually aimed to intervene in the gaps, previous gaps that have been identified in the basic education space. But one of the key issues that I am looking forward on focusing on, ICT integration.
Sure.
It can't be, and broadband connectivity of high schools, especially in rural areas, in townships. You know, a young person in a high school in Ramalikane, when they are supposed to apply to institutions of higher learning, they must actually take a taxi going to town so that they can access an internet cafe.
Sure.
And we should then be saying, how do we ensure that we enhance the process of learning in schools through access to internet?
Sure.
And there should be that ICT integration because the world is digital.
Yeah.
You and I are speaking, I'm speaking to South Africans seated here.
Through YouTube. Not only TV.
YouTube, everything.
Twitter,
Instagram,
TikTok, Facebook.
You know, so that is what we should try to, we should make our schools really, really digital enriched so that it enhances even administration for teachers, by the way. It does.
Yeah.
The second one is there is a migration of ECD. There was a migration of ECD from social development to basic education. Now, that is a very critical part of our work because we have to do it correctly so that it is aligned with the Children's Act because now you are responsible for very young kids. Now you have to ensure that you do it in a proper manner. So we're going to be playing oversight. I do hope that we have more time to go out there.
So, Parliament TV, Chairperson, Tim Kosi, all of them have the responsibility of calling the chair in. The chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education is saying, I am available to have many discussions with you. Chair, there's Parliament TV that you can always continue having conversations about to update them about your work. Fellow South Africans, you are listening to hashtag The Youth Take Oath, a segment of Parliament TV that will be profiling young members of Parliament in the 7th administration and understanding what plans they have for the country. Stay tuned throughout the day. Follow us on Parliament's YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, I'm quite sure. But please stay tuned.
We'll get it there.
As we have to be there as we move towards the opening of the Parliament address by President Ramaphosa later on today. Thanks.
My name is Jane Sitole from Mpumalanga province. I represent the Democratic Alliance. I am here to learn and I love cooking. I love food. I love pasta. I'm also a champagne, I nearly said addict, but not an addict. I love champagne. So for me, if you want to make me happy, there is pasta, there is champagne. It doesn't really matter what kind of pasta. I love that. And another thing that I love shopping. Even if the economy is squeezing us, I love doing window shopping. So I will go, I will look because I love shopping. I'm really looking forward to be part of the 7th Parliament because this is the highest lawmaking in our country and I'm going to be part of that. I am going to contribute to that to make our country better. I am so looking forward to this and I hope that I'm going to represent the people of my province in Mpumalanga very well. Thank you so much.
I'm Wouter Wessels. I'm from the Free State. Actually, originally is London. That's where I grew up. But currently my constituency is the Free State. And I'm a returning member to Parliament. Politics is a way of life, so one does not have a lot of other time to do other things. But I do enjoy cooking. I do enjoy baking. And I do enjoy, and that's a very important part of my life, is to spend time with the love of my life and with my 2 dogs. This term will give a lot of possibilities to play a much more important role with regards to oversight, and that is what is very important, that we hold the executive to account, that we play our legislative role, that we take Parliament to the people, but also be the voice of the people who voted for us, and that we really act in the interest of the broad South Africa.
Igama ngisiyabonga wakwamkhize endaweni yaseZwelibomvu ngaphansi kwenkosi yakwamkhize eThekwini. Ngumuntu osebenza kakhulu nomphakathi kakhulukazi abantu abadinga ukuhlunyeleliswa izimilo nabantu futhi abagqilazwa imimoya. Ngumuntu okwazi ukuthi asebenze ngokuthandaza iyona umsebenzi uNkulunkulu angabele wona isikhathi esiningi. Ngisebenzele kakhulu ke ngabantu abaningi asebefikile empilweni bezobika inkinga ezinhlobonhlobo, abanye balahlekelwe ithemba, abanye bahluhlulwa yidakamizwa. Umuntu akwazi ukuthi ke abalekelele ngwela kamoya ngokuthi abathandazele aphinde futhi abanikeze ithemba lokuthi impilo isaqhubeka. Ziningi ke impilo zabantu abasha nabantu abadala ezishintshekile ngokuthi umuntu abalekelele ngeso lakamoya. Njengoba ke umuntu njengamanje esengene kulomkhakha wepolitiki kulomkhakha wepolitiki ngingena ngoba ngumuntu vele onenhliziyo kakhulu ukusebenza nabantu basemakhaya nabantu abaholwa ngamakhosi. Okusenhlizweni yami kakhulu ukufisa ukuthi kubuye umbuso ukhosi noma izwe lamakhosi libuyele emakhosini. Siphile esikhathini la khona abantu bengasenabo ubuntu. Siyafisa ukuthi kubuyiselwe ubuntu ebantwini. Siyafisa indlela zakuqala ezayidala ukuthi sihlale ezweni linokuthula ukuthi sibuyiswe. Siyadinga ukuthi sifundise abantu bethu abasha ukuthi thina abantu abansundu siphila ngandlelani. Ikona ke ngifisa ukuthi nokubheka futhi nasendabeni yokusebenza imhlaba ngoba ngeke size silambe uma sihleli siusebenzisa umhlaba. Sidinga ukufundisa abantu abasha nabasakhulayo ukuthi ulinywa kanjani, umhlaba usetshenziswa kanjani uze uzokwazi ukuthi sithuthukise ngawo umhlaba. Njengoba ke nginikezwe ithuba lokuba ngizomela umphakathi ukuzosebenza lapha ngibe yilungu leParliament, ngiyafisa kakhulu ukuthi nami ngifake igalelo enhlizweni yami. Mina kuwubizo ukuzosebenzela isizwe, akukona ukuzofisa udumo, kodwa ukuletha ubizo ukuthi umuntu azofabamba iqhaza ekushintsheni impilo zabantu base South Africa.
Igama lami ndinguNontando Noluchungu, ndazalelwa kwaLanga, inzalelwane yakwaLanga, eKapa, Cape Town. Ndakhulela kwaLanga, ndazalelwa kwaLanga, ndafunda kwaLanga, ndatshatekela kwaLanga eCape Town. Ndingumuntu othanda abantu, ndingumuntu othanda unceda abantu and see abantu bephumelela besezindaweni eziright. And those are the one of the reasons why I joined the EFF, because EFF cares about the poor. Time will tell, we will move forward, no matter what the circumstances are, but we are here, we are going to soldier on. We know what we stand for, we know what we're fighting for, let alone what has happened. We know what has happened. It's not shaking us, we're not shaken, we're ready to move and fight the battle. Yes, ngomso siyaqala. You know most as EFF wasimeleni. Sizawuqhubekeka emzabalazweni lo besiumele, lo besizowenza kule Parliament. Njengoba nisazi ukuba phambi kokuba sifike iParliament yayinto eliphupha ebantwini, asithe sawufika abantu banomdla bayamamela iParliament bakwenzeka ntoni. Today abantu bayayazi into bana kwenzeka ntoni and umsebenzi wethu yintoni. Silapha ke sizoqhubekeka nomsebenzi wethu.
I'm Mabel Petana. I'm from Gauteng. I'm known as a politician, a person who wants to see her masses liberated. I'm a member of the 7th Parliament. My interest and what I would like to see us achieving a total liberation of the masses of this country. I want to see the masses enjoying the fruit of the freedom equally so. And other thing, I want to see young people being educated. I want to see young people out of drugs. I want to see them working, and I would like to see women being protected, safe in this country. To be a member of Parliament, it means I'm a servant of the people. To me, it means being a servant of the people, working for the people of this country.
Greetings to all South Africans. I'm Nompumelelo Gasa from eThekwini in the province of KwaZulu-Natal under Matthews Meyiwa zone. I'm from the very big zone which has 7 wards with 56 VDs, and we have Ward 1, which is the biggest ward with 14 VDs. I'm known as a very helpful person, a very energetic young lady, and currently I'm serving as a media liaison person in my zone. As a member of Parliament for this period, it means a lot to me and my community as well as my family, because I'm coming from the very disadvantaged community. This will mean efficient and effective service delivery, and will also look at the economic policy, as I'm the Master of Policy and Development candidate. I will also look at the economic policy, where we'll be looking at job creation, the economic growth, by focusing more on the sectors like your mining, agriculture, infrastructure development. Also, we'll be looking more on the issue of free education for all. Being a member of Parliament, to me, it means that I'm not my family person. It means I'm the community and South African person. I'll be representing the South African people. So it doesn't mean that I'll be serving only my community, but I'll be serving the whole South Africa.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. We are still live outside the City Hall, where we are waiting for the President to deliver his opening of Parliament address. So we've had conversations throughout the day, and right now I am joined by Honourable Dennis Ryder, who is the House Chairperson of Committees in the NCOP. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Honourable Ryder, today is the opening of Parliament. Very important, auspicious, momentous occasion, right? So I just want to know, especially as your role in the NCOP, how important is it to have the NCOP as part of the opening of Parliament address?
Thank you very much. Well, I do think that the NCOP is a much misunderstood part of Parliament, and I believe generally it's not well understood that Parliament itself consists of two houses. The two houses being the National Assembly, the one that we see regularly featured on TV.
Yes.
And of course, then there's the National Council of Provinces. The second house, and often referred to as the upper house of Parliament. And so as the President calls a joint sitting of Parliament, which he does several times in the year, generally for the State of the Nation address and other important meetings where he addresses the country and Parliament together, the fact is that to bring Parliament together, you need to bring both houses. Now, before the National Assembly building burnt down, we used to all gather, and the members of the National Council of Provinces used to sit in that middle block there.
Yes.
That, of course, is no longer possible until such time as the new building is completed. But today we'll be here at the City Hall in Cape Town, and all mixed up and jumbled together. But yes, it's the whole of Parliament, both houses of Parliament all together being addressed by the President after the election. It's a wonderful opportunity for everyone.
Absolutely. Now, of course, you are the House Chairperson of Committees in the NCOP. What is your role there as the House Chairperson?
So I think that very often people say that the committees of Parliament is where the real work gets done. You know, they say that the plenary sessions where we sit together in the chambers is largely for show, and you know, that's where the debating goes on, and really, but much of the work that gets discussed in the plenary sessions is worked through comprehensively during the committee process. My role as House Chair of Committees is to make sure that those committees meet regularly and to ensure that they have good agendas, that they're looking at the appropriate things. Now, the role that the National Council of Provinces has is twofold. The first one is given to us by Section 42 of the Constitution, which says that we must further the interests of provinces in our deliberations. The second role is given to us in Section 44 of the Constitution. That gives us a senatorial role, so a second look, if you like, at legislation. So what happens then is that when a bill is processed through the National Assembly, it can follow various different routes, but a bill that doesn't affect the provinces directly is processed as what they call a Section 75 bill. Those bills need to be brought through the committee system into the National Council of Provinces and get deliberated on quite substantially. And we saw some big changes, some big use of the committee system in the National Council of Provinces towards the end of the last administration, where bills were substantially amended as a result of our deliberations and producing at the end of the day a much better impact. The committees also, this is where we have a role to play with taking out bills that do affect the provinces, taking those bills into the provinces, discussing them with the provincial committees, making sure that everyone is aware of the processes, taking the bills out to the public as well and engaging in public participation to hear what the people that are going to be affected and impacted by the legislation, to hear their views on proposed laws. So yes, the role of the House Chair of Committees is really to make sure that that whole system is able to work. We have committee chairs who look after the actual running of each individual committee. We are clustered together in groups, and those committee chairs have a big role to play. They have an important job, and they are incredibly busy people. Yeah, my job is to make sure that they have the information to do their jobs well and to make sure that they are properly resourced.
Now, looking at the position that you fulfill now, let's take a look at your past life. I know that you were a banker. Do you believe that having been in the industry has helped become the person that you are today and has equipped you for the position that you hold today?
Absolutely. So, I mean, we are all products of our history, be it our personal history or the bigger history. And I'm a big fan of history and looking back for the lessons that we can learn from the past. But, yeah, so my personal history as a banker, I started off as a teller. On day one, they made me balance the paper clips when I started off. Yes, so I was a teller. I worked my way through in the local bills of exchange department, which is an instrument that I don't think anyone uses anymore these days. But I worked my way up and ended up, after 20 years in banking, as a corporate manager with one of the big 5 banks. And I believe that what that history did for me was it taught me to interact with people from all walks of life. It taught me to interact with people across the socio-economic spectrum. And, you know, my dad was a banker before me. And one of the important lessons that he told me was always arrive early for a meeting, greet the staff, greet the security guy at the door and so on. They're the ones that really know about what's happening in the business. So when you're meeting with a CEO, that's great, but talk to the staff and get a feel for how the business runs as well. And I do think that that is something that has served me well in my subsequent life. Yeah, so I have an ability to interact with people from all different parts of the world, parts of the social economic spectrum, as I say, and engage. And I think that's very important for all politicians to do. You know, it doesn't help to come here to Parliament and consider yourself as a lofty person above everyone else. You do need to remember that people who voted for us, the people that have put us here as their representatives. So I represent everybody, certainly not just the CEOs, but the people on the streets, and of course as well the people that are not employed either.
So now, obviously now we have this government of national unity.
Yes.
What are some of your expectations? Because we know that the President will be having his opening of Parliament address, and he's going to be outlining his 5-year plan with his government, which is a representation of the GNU. What are some of your expectations?
So the government of national unity, I think, is a challenging environment for everybody as we find our new roles. And of course, the electorate in the election result gave us a result where they weren't prepared to give anyone, you know, full power. We have to share. We have to learn to cooperate. And that's the message that came out very strongly. The parties that indicated that they were willing to work together were rewarded by voters, and the parties that stuck to their guns and wanted to work in isolation seemed to be punished by the electorate. So the message from the voters is clear. We want people to work together. And we want people to come up with solutions that actually help the people of South Africa. They also, through their marks, through their X's, they showed that no one party has got all the solutions. No one party has got all of the answers. So it's a case of, guys, take your ideas, put them together, and work on, give us something better. And I think that's the opportunity that the Government of National Unity has given us. Now, there's a couple of aspects to it, because you've got, of course, the executive, the ministers and deputy ministers that have been put in place, but then you've got the oversight roles as well. So in Parliament we have those roles, and I'm the product of one of those roles. And the reality is that we now need to make sure that people are implementing their ideas, putting forward their ideas on the one hand, on the executive side, and then once they've done that, we need to make sure that we're keeping their word on what they've promised to do. So from the oversight role.
Yes.
So incredibly interesting times ahead. There's going to be lots of finding space, but so far things are working incredibly well, and I've seen, certainly from a political side, a great coming together of minds and a willingness to cooperate and work together. Now, no one has been co-opted, no one has been taken over. This is not a coalition, it's a cooperation. And that spirit of cooperation has really been evident so far in the engagements that I've had, certainly with the chairperson of the NCOP, the deputy chair, and my colleague, the other House chair. We are working incredibly well together.
Which really talks to unity.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you so much, Mr. Dennis Ryder. That was Mr. Dennis Ryder giving us some insights on the work of the NCOP, the role of the NCOP here at the OPA, and of course what the NCOP does and what he does as the chairperson of committees in the NCOP. Get to know your member. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Told you I wasn't going to keep you long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Told you I was going to be boring.
No, you weren't. Of course not.
Province. Uma ndisebenze kakhulu ne-community isikhathi esiningi sisebenza nge-issues sama-development, ama-cooperatives nama-small businesses, and also with the social challenges that are in the community, especially I was working with the elderly and the children, so we had so many programs. So my interest in being the member of the parliament is to make sure that whatever policies that are going to benefit the community, and especially in terms of empowering them so that they can be sustainable and be able to create some jobs for other communities as well, and to grow their businesses, especially on the issues, because my love is with the cooperatives, because I know that when you develop cooperatives, you are developing a bigger number of people. And even in terms of benefiting, we are talking about a larger number of the community. So it is my plea, and also to see them at least they've got an access in terms of land, because you can't talk about the business if there's no infrastructure, if you don't have a land that is enough. And also at the same time, you have to make sure that in that land it is well established. So into engiyifisayo la ukuthi ene noma ngilana iParliament abantu bakwazi ukuthi baphile kahle. Kubaluleke kakhulu usho futhi lukhulu ukuba imember yeParliament, ngoba angizukuba kude nama decisions athathwayo, ngizokwazi uku-influencer lawo ma decision as well. I know it's not going to be easy, it's going to be difficult sometimes, but we are going to try our level best. And especially as we are in opposition, it's going to be difficult, we know, but our responsibilities is that we say we are coming here to work for the community. That is my priority at this moment. It's not only about me, but it's all about the community, what I can do for the community. So it's giving me that opportunity to make sure that all the things that I always wanted to do, and those ones that I've been trying to do, at least I do them better, because I will be influencing directly and understand all the processes thereof.
My name is Joe Maglua. I am from the Northwest Province. I served on various structures, from a councillor up until to a member of the provincial legislature, national parliament, NCOP. My passion is people. I'm coming from Alabama. I just love and get satisfaction and joy when people are being served and looked after. I would like to say thank you to the community out there. It is because of you I am who I am.
My name is Domenico Nkize. I'm currently working as Finance and Fundraising Officer of Inauguration Youth League at KwaZulu-Natal. Well, I have interest in youth, particularly because I'm currently leading that. I wish to see youth working, because we have an issue of drugs. Why we have an issue of drugs is because youth are not working. I have also the kid education. We must see our people involved in education, particularly in higher learning, so that they don't be able to be academics. Well, I wish that we can change the constitution in our country constitution, because I believe that we have an issue of land. We need to have our land back as black people, and also we need to create more jobs for young people and for people of South Africa. We also need to ensure that in education system need to change, because remember, at schools we have an issue whereby there is a post vacant, but there's no teachers. They are saying there's no money. Yes, this parliament, we must make sure that we change the education system and we provide more resources.
So you're leaving tomorrow? Okay, and you're going straight to Limpopo, or are you based anywhere else?
Joburg.
Or are you based in Joburg? Ndimachironi, and thank you for staying with us on Parliament TV. And this is our build-up to the opening of Parliament Address 2024. Parliament has a tradition of inviting an imbongi for this prestigious event. And for this year's event, we are joined by Mr. Lutendo Mugadeli. He is popularly known as Venda Boy Poet. Good afternoon, good morning, Lutendo, and welcome to Parliament TV.
Akela luko jena lichina na akela luko jena lichina ngavela jena mtanga wa chete mtanga sasito montali wendi wakagadela mrini ndivenda boy point ngavrini ndori who my brother. Thank you for having me.
Lutendo is not just a praise poet, he's a musician, he's a promoter, he's a voice-over artist, a writer and presenter. Lutendo, take us through the journey. How long have you been a poet? We do know that at one point you were spotted performing at an airplane for the president, but how long have you been a poet? And yeah.
It's a decade and many years. Since 2008, the love of poetry becomes when I was being marginalized, I was being discriminated, and it was ashamed of me where I said poetry will be the healing of me to concise and precise my views that I could, bleed out and spoke throughout poetry. Yes.
And how have you managed to overcome such fears, and how have you been able to come out as Lutendo and be able to express yourself clearly?
I think it has built me so much in a good space where poetry, always put me in a hard positions, in a challenge positions, where everything that I need to do, I'm no longer counting challenges. Challenges, when they comes to me, it builds me, it makes me strong. So I think poetry has built a relationship throughout my life, and also the foundations throughout my life going out, yes.
And how did it make you feel when you received a call that you've been invited to Parliament to be this year's Imbongi for the opening of Parliament Address?
I think it was a grace of God, and foremost, I would like to thank Almighty God and the likes of the people that were involved for me to make it happen, the likes of Muloto Mutapo, the legislature of Limpopo, Magomama Makuduvecha, Womatsila, Ribuani, Watobere. And when the call comes, I had to reveal myself that, remember, I waited for 7 years to get this opportunity. And now the Parliament, it's opening for the 7th time. And when I looked in the Bible, the script says, Joshua told the Israelites to round the walls of Jericho 7 times. And when I come now, when I'm in Cape Town today, the rain just falls, as it shows that it's 7 times. So which means everything that I do, it's about faith. And it talks about my name. It's also relating with the name that I have. I'm a very faithful spiritual praise poet that who believes everything will happen spiritually. Yes.
Take us through that day where you performed for the president on an airplane. Take us through what happened, what actually happened on that day.
Yeah, the people from British Airways, they realized that the president is using a British Airways from Devon to Joburg. Then they said, because it was not long when the president was announced as a president, and they realized that, can we make a surprise? And then that's why they contact me. You know, it was marvelous. It's a history in the making to praise the president in the other atmosphere that has never been seen. So I was so much grateful when I got an opportunity, and I was told that when the plane is out now in the air, that's where you can start. And when I started to recite, a lot of people were shocked with the voice and the articulation, the renditions that I was doing, and people were saying, like, who's this guy? We've been waiting and longing to see such a Venda praise singer for so long, and now that way I appear.
I've indicated earlier that you're not just a poet, you're also a musician, a promoter, voiceover artist, a writer, and a presenter.
Yes.
How do you manage to juggle between all these roles that you play?
You know, the time when I praised the president, I was still working at City of Joburg as a human resources management. I had to quit by that time, I think 2019, and says, I want to follow my dreams now. And how do I manage such things? I realized that, you know, I can only work with my talent. And the job that I could wake up each and every day in the morning is to do all these things: acting, you know, presenting, voiceover, writing. And I'm glad to also inform you that I'll be also acting as a praise singer at the Queen Mujaji, the one that is going to be viewed at Mzansi Magic, one of the biggest stories of Africa, when the Queen rain ship, when she will be make it rain. So, you know, it's a blessing throughout my life when I see me developing throughout poetry, and also not in specifically not in Venda only, because I reside in 7 different languages.
And there are quite a number of young children that are watching us as we speak that would love to become poets one day. What kind of message would you give to those children?
Vana vatuku na vane va khou ḓa ngo to ralo ndi tama uri ndi vha eletshedza uri wa konḓeleliwa, resilience, humbleness and consistency. Nduri muthu to ḓifunga ave na mbanela phanḓa, ni ṱuwele kule mafola, zwikambi na zwidzidzivhadzi. And futhi ni dovha hafhu ni vhe muthu wa tshikolo. Education is very much important. The intellectual is very needed in your capacity, everything that we do, because you need to be focused in everything that you do. So tshikolo ndi tsha ndeme nga maanḓa, nṋe ndi tama u ṱuṱuwedza vhoṱhe vha Venḓa uri kha ri dzhene tshikolo uri vha ḓe vha ḓi wana vha tshi khou nga Venḓa boy na vhone vha tshi khou dzhena hafha palamenteni hu tshi khou itea ḓivhazwakale namusi.
Thank you so much, Lutendo. Before I let you go, I'm going to ask you to at least take the last 5 seconds just to give us one of your poems. And when you are done in that 5 seconds, you'll have to look in the camera and take our viewers to the next segment, but you'll have to tell the viewers to stay tuned once you are done.
Okay.
So you can proceed.
Venda nendifi Venda neni mulala neni mukala ni mukagulu kale datafuna zota zikale katao zanibala mikumi na zikoko biziralo ndiva na ukonda hausa ni muzwali wazo na katiya zinga bidzuwa ndodzurani wa maduwa ndi dzawo dubu dzali chikokobi neni sango ni shasho mali sambiraho ndi muimonga ndokakadera ndokakatera zinji kala Africa chipembe nendifi Venda Venda boy putting of rain ndindi.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time. Well, guys, that was viewers. That was Lutendo Mukakadeli, popularly known as Venda Boy Poet, and he will be performing this evening as the president is being ushered into the National Assembly to deliver the opening of Parliament address at 7 o'clock. Please do stay with us.
I'm the Portfolio Committee Chairperson of the Justice and Constitutional Development. On the 18th, the President is opening Parliament. Of course, from the Portfolio Committee point of view, we're expecting a lot of things, which includes strengthening of the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that we prosecute crimes, combat corruption as per the dictates of the National Development Plan. We have noted a lot of things in regard to the State Attorney, the Master's Office actually, which deals primarily with the administration of estates. So it's engulfed with a number of problems. So we hope that when the President addresses the country, it does actually touch on how best they will be able to assist the department to attend to that. But in the general sense, I think South Africa has been, for a longest time now, been hit by a serious steady growth of the economy, which causes a number of deficiencies in the human lives of our own people, which includes unemployment, which includes a lot of things. So a greater plan, a grand plan of how do we plan to grow our economy, so that to address unemployment, poverty, and inequalities. which in my view is highly possible, given the GNU kind of an arrangement. Would have all seen how the rand reacted actually to the GNU establishment. So I hope that the president will be able to address those things, because failing which will be seated with the same problem for the next 10, 20 years. And there's a situation as the representative of the people that would not like to see. So we're looking forward to the president's speech. We hope and have a trust and confidence that the president will actually deliver, although that the 5-year term is actually going to be an interesting one, because we've got various partners in the table now. It's not only the African National Congress. Actually do so. Well, the only way I think it's best for us to spend the Mandela Day is to ensure that we dispense massive services to our people. That's what Mandela stood for. That's why he was arrested. That's why he sacrificed his own time, his own family, his own life for the betterment of the people of South Africa. So the best way to honor his legacy is to ensure that we dispense services to our people, so that what Mandela stood for become realized. Mandela was a person of humanity. That's why that's what informs our firm stand on the Israeli-Palestine crisis. Mandela would have wanted us to stand with those people who are oppressed by Israel and stand with the people of Palestine, because he was a person who made sure that we all are paragons of humanity. So let's be jolly, let's give gifts, let's give each other hugs, because that's what Mandela stood for. He stood for love among the black Africans. So that's the best way to honor his legacy, and we still confirm and affirm that we'll still walk through the trajectory that he walked.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm Wouter Wessels, member of the National Assembly for the Freedom Front Plus. And our expectations for the opening is a real new dawn, change. It is a new administration. It is an election that gave an outcome where no party has a majority. And that shifts us in a new direction where there's real hope for a multi-party democracy, for everybody's needs to be taken into account. And we do believe that the message of the president will convey this hope and will lead in solutions to the challenges facing all communities and all South Africans at this stage. Mandela Day signifies freedom. It's the symbol of freedom, and worldwide it is celebrated. There's still a lot of peoples around the world that do not have the liberties and freedoms that our previous generations, including old President Nelson Mandela, fought for. And that is what we should remember and think about. Those people that are still struggling under regimes that are taking away their freedoms, wars that's taking place across the globe and the continent. And that is what we should all strive for, a peaceful and prosperous society.
It's Darren Bergman, and my expectations for the opening of Parliament is to hopefully, with what's been happening at the Budget Lekgotla and what's been happening with what the President has said in the media, is for something positive, something unifying, something that will hopefully bring the markets and our economy up on par, and that will hopefully create jobs, because I think this is what it's all about. And I think the 7th term of Parliament is about creating jobs and building our economy together. So I've got great expectations on Madiba Day. That's exactly what I will be doing, is spending my time with projects abroad on Zoom, trying to create unity, unifying people exactly as Madiba would have wanted it. Thank you very much.
My expectations for the opening of Parliament address is very huge and is very vast, and I've got no doubt that it will be catered for. What we just want to show South Africa, you know, I'm now on the inside, and I'm also responsible for whatever is going to be said there. I have no doubt that our President, the Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, will deliver. The next 5 years, the GNU will deliver like South Africa has never seen before. We are united. The ones that say the GNU will not last, they can keep on dreaming. Every time you say we will not last, we get more united. You should keep on saying we will not last because we are united. Nelson Mandela is not father of South Africa. He's the father of the world. And I'm going to run the Nelson Mandela Marathon the Saturday coming. And Nelson Mandela is an icon that inspired millions and millions and millions of people around the world. And we are very proud that he has been born in South Africa and fortunate. Thank you very much.
All right, we are back on hashtag the Youth Take Oath, a segment of Parliament TV where we will be profiling young members of Parliament in the 7th administration and trying to understand who they are and what they have installed for citizens of South Africa in the next 5 years. I'm joined by Honourable Msezane and Honourable Chachao. They are not strangers to me, particularly Honourable Chachao. You served in the 6th administration of Parliament, and you were serving in the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, Science and Innovation as the Deputy Shadow Minister of the DA. Honourable Msezane, I remember when you came to Parliament in 2019 and appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. You were the SG, Secretary General of the SRC at UKZN at that point in time. And you were there, of course. You see, people think SRCs are not governance structures. So you were actually there to account, even though we know often, students are there to raise their issues, right? But I'm sure you also gave recommendations in your presentation. And now you're on the other side. Now you're a member of Parliament. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We wish you all the best. And Honourable Msezane is from the Mkhonto Wesizwe Party. Who are you guys? For young people who are sitting at home watching this segment right now, who is Karabo Chachao?
Bendu, hi to you.
Kari.
And hi to everybody who's viewing. Thank you for having us here. And I call you Mpendu because you're my chair, and I grew very fond of you and your work, and I think we had a good time in the 6th administration. Karabo Lerato Chachao, Tuadiama Africa Ngwanana Mosotho Kasebele, is a girl who's born in the Free State, Velkomo. So most people don't know where Velkom is, but I promise you it's a place that exists, guys. There's a GPS location for it in the Free State.
Sure.
I am a member of the Democratic Alliance, as you correctly pointed out. I'm serving my 2nd term here. Although I joined Parliament in November 2022, prior to that I served as a member of the Provincial Legislature in the Free State. I got elected the youngest serving MPL at the time. Then in November 2022 moved here, served on higher education, a portfolio that I will continue to serve in now in the 7th administration. I'm also the DA's national spokesperson, recently appointed on Monday.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, ma'am. But yeah, beyond just like my titles, what interests me is making sure that the emancipation of young people is located at the heart of every conversation of government programs and Parliament programs. Every conversation about what legislation is supposed to look like, what budgets are supposed to look like, what oversights is supposed to look like, should have young people at the heart of it, right? Because if we are ever going to move forward as a country, we should move forward for the interests of those who will be there to receive the fruit of whatever we are doing in the future, and those are young people. It is sad in Bendu that we have 6 out of 10 young people in South Africa right now who are unemployed. As a result, we have substance abuse, we have crime, we have forced prostitution, we have a whole lot of things that are plaguing our nation that young people shouldn't even be battling with altogether.
Sure.
And it is the responsibility of this Parliament, this administration, and the executive to ensure that that plight is championed, turned around, and we can one day sing a better story, one that Nelson Mandela would be able to resonate with and be happy with. And I mean, it is Mandela Day today.
Sure.
And I love the fact that we are having the opening of the 7th administration on that day, because it's quite symbolic to what this Parliament is supposed to be.
Sure.
Symbolic of the interests of a constitutional Parliament, a country that prides itself in constitutionalism, the rule of law. We want to be able to see the embracing of our diversity as a nation. We want to make sure that we tighten and have a facelift of our social fabric as a nation. We want to have a growing economy. We want to have a corruption-free government and parliament. So these are the things that interest me. But outside of the serious business of parliament, I really like cooking.
Okay.
It makes me happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
We look forward to her cooking, Honourable Msezane. I'm sure you and I can, you know, make some time to meet up and have some of her food in Balco.
Yes.
Honourable Msezane.
Leadership.
Prince Uba.
No angibonge. Mhlawumbe ngibonge ithuba kuqala lokuthi simenywe la njengohulumeni osendleleni because we're the official opposition as I sit here right now.
Sure.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi igama lami ngumnqobo kaMsezane. Most recently embuthweni bathi bafuna ukungibiza ngomnqobo izitha zenkululeko yama-Afrika. Ngisuke eNgoje. It's at KZN, northern part of KZN.
Okay.
Ngikhulele ekhaya lelibizwa ngokuthiwa ikhaya elisuke li kuthiwa yini a home-headed, a house-headed home, or however they phrase it. So it was not obviously due to the fact that my parents abandoned us, but our parents were late very early.
Sure.
So umuntu found himself having to take up responsibility at a very young age.
Sure.
We were siblings of 3, 2 younger sisters. So I think back in the day, it was in some years back, but I was doing grade 8 at the time. So I'm just highlighting this so that perhaps abantu abas 2 million bazi ukuthi sifike kanjani ku-activism. So activism for me, it's about how you were recruited into activism. You see, in most cases, in fact, at some point I asked our President Jacob Zuma as to why do people up and decide to sell out the revolution at some stage when they are leading or when they've ascended to authority, right? I was very keen on that question because I want to understand really why do people change from their posture of this is what the revolution is and how it looks like. Then a person then just easily changes to be something else. We've observed that for a longest of time. I mean, we have had a lot of young people in government. It's not just us. It's not a new thing. You know, we've observed it. We've seen people change from what the original stood for to something else. So I was actually introduced to activism because of conditions of hardship. So for me, at a very early age, I was already active in high school. I had become a deputy president of the RCL, later became the RCL president when I was doing matric. Went to university, a public university, just like I went to a public school as well. So when we speak about issues of hardship and poverty, etc., public health care, and all of the issues that we deal with as people that are coming from a poor background, people that are landless, you know, we speak very fondly of that because we understand it. We live by it. You know, so I was recruited as such into to activism. Went to university. I was active from first year, but I only left when I was doing my honors degree. I'm a victim of what they call now financial exclusion. So when we speak about issues that affect students, we know them. You know, when we speak about post-grad funding, we know what it feels like to have to just have one degree and don't go forward. But when they speak about post for job advertisement, they speak about post-grad education, they speak about this and that they need from you before you can be employed, you know. So for me, it's not so much about the issues that face our youth and young people, because we all know them. We can go on and on about those issues, you know, until we get tired. But for me, it's about solutions. What are we bringing to the table, which I think is obviously a question that you'd get to. But for now, I just wanted to at least make it a point that it's known out there that our people, the landless people and the poor, did not make a mistake by voting for the MK party. We are an official opposition. Our responsibility in this parliament, I think, obviously, I think I would have wanted to start by commending you. We know your role in your time in activism and the role you played, the immense role you played. So I wanted to acknowledge that as well. But our role as the official opposition, as young people in parliament, is to, the process of parliament, as I observe it, it's more of a tick box type of a process where the opposition cannot take decisions, but the leading organizations as it stands, because there's what they call a marriage of convenience now. It's a tick box exercise where there's a committee, there's 2 hours in the committee, we state as the opposition party that because of these reasons, we can't support the budget, or this is the case, or obviously we confront issues that are visible for the country to see that this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. But then it goes to a vote. They vote together, tick box, the process was handled properly, it goes, right? So it's always going to be the case. But what we assure our people that we will confront issues, we will challenge the status quo by all means necessary, and we will continue to take the mandate from the people that have voted us to come to authority or become members of parliament as the MP.
Yeah, because you don't want to change, right?
No. We will never change our posture.
We're holding you to that. We're
Absolutely.
here, there are witnesses here, there's many citizens all across the country. I mean, Parliament TV is on YouTube, so people overseas can watch it. We're holding him to account.
Absolutely.
Not to change. But I think you've been a normal student and been a student leader. You know the challenges that come when you start to realize how systems actually work, right? And there's a fine line between understanding systems so that you're concise on how you then advocate and recommend suggestions, and also then agitating the system so that you don't conform to it, right? And that's something that we as young people have to work towards. If we were to wrap up our conversations, and it's really great to know who you guys are, really inspired by both your stories, literally in 1 minute each, what are the 2 items that you would love to continue to advocate for as a member of the committee? And so both of you, what are the 2 issues that you'd love to advocate for in 1 minute? Honorable Khachau?
I almost said chair.
They say once a chair,
always a chair.
Yeah,
my brain is like so. Nompendulo, for me, the issue of access to quality higher education has been an issue that I have been grappling with since before I even became SRC president at UCT in 2017. As a student, although I was on opposite sides of how I thought you guys should go about the revolution, but ideally the idea of a working educational system has always been fundamentally at my core. And we haven't even gotten there yet. We still have problems now where money is available to have funding for students who do need funding, but then it's mismanaged.
So access?
So access, broadening access, tightening the utilization of funds that are necessary. But secondly, no, that is one thing. Because access without funding is not access.
Sure.
So the second thing, the second thing is keeping up with the 4th Industrial Revolution trends.
Sure.
You would know that I have spoken very passionately about the importance of digitizing tertiary education and making sure that that digitization is also matched with freedom and the ability to access education wherever you want to, at however time, wherever you are. That geographic location shouldn't be a problem. And also in the digitization, you also deal with accommodation.
There's a lot. Those are 4.
There's a lot of issues that are plaguing students in Pendu.
There are many issues, but we also need to. There's a fine line between dealing with all the issues and finding the 2 that you know that we deal with these 2, and we're done, and we move on to the next. As I move on to the next,
working parliament will deal with all of it.
Honourable Cesare, your 2 issues that you'd like to address.
No, thank you very much, leadership. Allow me to call you leadership. No, I will agree with my sister Karabo to say, obviously being limited to 2 issues when we have hundreds of issues we want to deal with is obviously unfortunate.
Sure.
But I will just wrap up my at least 6 issues.
Okay.
I'll just name them.
All right.
I won't articulate them.
All right, in 30 seconds.
One, the first issue that is important to me is career education.
Okay.
When you're in high school, you must be introduced to what careers are there. For instance, I never knew that there were traffic controllers, but I know that there are traffic cops. You know, I never knew that. I'm coming from Emakai,
exactly.
you know. You don't know there's architectures or town planners and all of those things. So I think one, that is a very important issue for me. Career education. Secondly is the TVET sectors, the skills, versus them being for employment and creating businesses, or rather employment, entrepreneurs. It's very important. That sector is overlooked, and we're going to focus on that sector. Thirdly is financial education.
Sure.
Look, I can give you 100,000 now, and if you don't have financial education, I'm wasting my time. You're likely to kill yourself with drugs, or you buy a car and then you still kill yourself in a car accident. You understand? So it's very important for me that we really deal with financial education. Fourthly, the issue of what you call mental health, depression, societal expectation, family expectation is very important to me. So issue of mental health. Then physical health or healthy lifestyle, very important to me as well. To say, I'm a strong believer that a healthy body possesses a healthy mind. So you must focus on your body and taking care of yourself. And last but not least, political education, right? As I alluded in my introduction to say, I was introduced into to activism because of conditions. But there are people that might like what I do, but I must have them capacitated to understand that these are the politics. This is why it's important for you to play a role in society and changing society for the better. Right? Now, it's a different topic because it's not a debate. We won't get to other issues. But those are the 6 most vital for me outside of free education, but those are the 6 that I would want to touch on, to say those are the programs that we're going to be focusing on as young people deployed by the MK party.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe next time we'll, expand it.
What we're really getting from the conversations that we're having today is that there's a lot that members of parliament want to actually share with citizens of South Africa. And I really, want to challenge both members of parliament and Parliament TV to find a way to continue having these very important conversations. You've heard from Honorable Msezane, a young person from the MK party. You've heard from Honorable Khachau, a young person from the Democratic Alliance. They have set out what their priorities. I asked them for two highlights, and they mentioned quite a lot because the issues in the sector are many. There's a lot of work that has been done, of course, but a lot more work needs to be done. So let us stay tuned for more conversations of this nature with amazing young people who've been sworn into the 7th administration on hashtag the Youth Take Oath on Parliament TV.
Kwaza mkondo kwaza.
It is with great humility and a deep resolve to honor your trust that I assume the position of Chairperson in the National Council of Provinces during the 7th Parliamentary dispensation. It is indeed an honor for me to serve our Constitution, which is the base framework for democratic governance in South Africa. Far from being purely prescriptive and constraining, our Constitution is permissive and enabling, putting the power of the state in pursuit of a positive project of achieving equality, justice, and freedom. Honorable members, the NCOP, as the second chamber of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. Since its inception, the NCOP has always played an important role in the promotion of the principles of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations. To this end, the critical intergovernmental relations mandate of the NCOP ensures that the 3 spheres of government work together cooperatively in performing their unique constitutional functions.
This indeed is an important institution of our country where we have to pass laws and represent our people and ensure that the work that we do as legislators in passing those laws and also ensuring that we play an oversight role on the executive, we do so in the interest of our people. The role of the Speaker is that of ensuring that we conduct the debates in this Parliament within the rules in a manner that is fair. And I commit that I will working with the team in the Speaker's office together with the House Chairperson that will be duly elected to exactly that. I also commit that I would work with all the parties led by their whips and their representatives to make sure that we conduct the business of this Parliament in a manner that indeed reflects the will of the people of South Africa.
This is a tremendous honor and privilege, as well as a great responsibility that has been bestowed on me. This is a position that I do not take lightly, and I fully understand the trust that has been placed in me. I undertake to fulfill my duties with care, commitment, and humility, and to be fair and just, and to do all in my power to do justice to this position. I would like to thank you for your trust that you have placed in me, and I undertake that I will do everything not to disappoint you, and that we will make this 7th Parliament the best Parliament ever, and that we will work for the interest of the people of this country. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us again on Parliament TV. I'm still Mbali Ntuli, your host, along with Unompendulo Mkwacha, as part of the Youth Take Oath series and segment of Parliament TV today. I'm very happy that today we have in studio two wonderful new MPs, which we really are excited to be profiling and really making sure that this segment is as inclusive in terms of making sure that you understand who your representatives are in Parliament. So with me, I have Umazwi Plose from the EFF, as well as Honorable Malobe Kobe from Action SA. And so thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your elections. How are you feeling? Let me start with ladies first. How are you feeling, and really, what are you looking forward to in the 7th administration?
Thanks, Mbali. I am super excited. I'm really, really excited to take on this huge responsibility that I've been given by the people of South Africa, and most importantly, my political party. I think I'm looking forward to really authentically representing the voices of young people in this arm of government, which is one of the highest decision-making bodies, legislative bodies in the land. I think I really want to take the voices and the experiences of young people, because I've had those experiences, and have them find expression on this platform. I think that's what I'm most excited about.
And that's really exciting, and it's always really good to have a lot more women that we see taking up mantles of leadership. And I think that, you know, as a former parliamentarian myself in the legislature, it's always great to, I think, grow the sisterhood, whether you're still a public representative or not. So you must also know that you have huge allies across the board and across all political parties, and women's caucus that you're going to be part of. Mazwi, fighter? Yes. I know him from KZN. We go way there, Claire's and Klupa. But I'm so proud of you and congratulations on your election. I think that you have always stood as an exemplary young person. Yeah, tell us, what are you excited and looking forward to? And then I want to come back to just giving you both a chance to tell us who you really are. But what are you looking forward to in this administration? What are you going to be fighting for? What portfolios do you want?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mbali, for having us on the show. You know, we take this responsibility with the highest honor. That our people have trusted us to come here and represent them and be a voice for the voiceless. So ours is an interest to ensure that young people who are now finding themselves outside of any decisions that have been taken in this country, we want to bring them back. That's why there's even a voter apathy around the young people, because they feel that politics does not work for them. So we need to be here not just to tick the box for representation, but to make sure that we make the meaningful impact that is going to find expression to the people who sent us here. So we are really excited to be here, and we hope that we can be the voice of the voiceless and make that difference that our people are looking for.
Excellent. So we know that in this election, we obviously had the kind of outcomes that have created a new type of government in our country, and I think that that's going to be exciting. Both of you are from parties that are going to be in the opposition space, which I think is incredibly important. But I think just before we get into the meat of that, can you just tell us a little bit about you, Honorable Kobe? I mean, as I said, you're new parliamentarians. Young people don't necessarily know you guys and your background. So maybe just very quickly tell us, who are you? Where do you come from? What is your story? Why did you even choose politics?
Okay, so I'm Malebo Kobe and I'm 32 years old. I was born and raised in Seshego, just a township in the outskirts of Polokwane. So I'm a girl from Limpopo all the way. So yes, Petty girl, resonate with the issues of our people right down from the ground. And I was interested in politics because I think, so after studying, doing my studies, I did my undergrad in international relations and I did my master's in international relations. And I think when I came back to the country and I expected to find massive job offers, I found that there was an issue of unemployment, chronic unemployment. And I think that propelled me to really want to make a meaningful change, and that's why I entered the space of politics. I think the intention wasn't really to enter politics, but to make a change with the community work that I was doing. And eventually it led to me joining politics formally in mainstream. And I think it was when Action SA came up that I found that I resonated most with its manifesto. I resonated with its policy offering and what it stood for, especially for young people, and the representation that I saw within the party for young black females. And I think that was so important for me when I started joining politics. And here we are. We are the very first cohort to enter Parliament with Action SA. And you can imagine that Tata Mashaba has entrusted someone who's 32 years old to come and speak for people in the party who resonate with our policies from the ground to this platform. So it's a huge responsibility. I do not take it lightly. And I'm most grateful that that path that I took when I was unemployed and frustrated actually led me to this point where we can actually advocate for young people. On this platform.
And I mean, Mazwi, I think the EFF has a reputation of having young people, a young leadership, and it's certainly be vocal on many youth issues. But I mean, I think one of the things that's very interesting is that even though it's a young party, it's also been a party that's celebrating 11 years now. Tell us about Mazwi. How does he get into the EFF? How does he get into politics?
Yeah, no, Mazwi Plose from KZN. Come from a very poverty-stricken community from Inanda. High levels of crime, high level of rape. I mean, we are leading the country in all the wrong things. So I always say that I never chose politics, but politics chose us because of the conditions that we come from. Some of us needed to rise above and try to be the change in the community, because when you come from those sorts of surroundings, the people are so devastated, even psychologically. They don't see their conditions changing. They even feel deserving of the poverty that they live in. So some of us who were not so much privileged, but who were able to fight through the system and go and find education for themselves. When we got into the education space, we found a struggle there. Young people fighting through SRCs and all of those things, and then we connected with that to say, you know, this is what we think we need to embark on and invest our time and try to be a voice for the people. So I come from that background, and then I've been serving, you know, in different spheres. When the EFF started in 2013, I mean, what connected with me back then as a 23-year-old was that we had really found a young person who was speaking our politics, a young person who was speaking the right things that were connecting to us. And then he was then expelled from the ANC for those politics. And then when he started the EFF, we saw ourselves in him. And I mean, we've been championing that through the EFF, and we've been trying to make the change. So we are here now, and we hope to continue with that mission.
Great. I think just in the last few minutes of our interview, I obviously touched a little bit on the fact that you're both in opposition. Yep. And I think one of the problems that we've seen in our country is that young people have been put off politics because of the nature of the way that our politicians behave. Sometimes they don't raise issues in the right way. But you have the enormous task in this administration of playing both the role of opposition, but also trying to make sure that the institution of Parliament is still one that is respected, that still gets its work done, that it does oversight. Just very quickly, I think, what, you know, do you want to specifically achieve, I think, in your either portfolios or in your term? And if, you know, you can touch on maybe what that means for young people or the people that you believe to be your constituents, what ideally in 5 years would you have liked to have done?
Brilliant question, Bali. And I think I've been waiting for this. I think I serve on 3 portfolios, on public works and infrastructure, on transport, and also water and sanitation. And I think the most beautiful thing about these portfolios is they cut across all sectors of the society. But mostly I saw yesterday how public works and infrastructure in terms of EPWP affects young people so much. And I got the opportunity and the chance to speak on it while we're doing the budget vote, that we're talking about the realities of short-term employment for young people, or the instability of it, and the effects of it on young people and what it does, because they're always so anxious when a contract ends. So we can't build meaningful lives as young people because of a policy offering at such a high level. So I think in our role as opposition and in playing our oversight, I think we'll continuously try to reframe our policies in such a way that they work to bring meaningful change to our people, young people on the ground, especially in terms of the high rates of unemployment and just giving them dignified living conditions.
Mazwi?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I serve in SCOPA, which is then going to be holding accountable the entire departments. And one of the biggest problems in this country is that South Africa does not have a lack of money, but it has a lack of accountability in terms of corruption. A lot of the money goes down the drain through corruption, and there's no accountability. So if we are calling for free education, if we are calling for services to be given to our people, free housing, free electricity for the indigenous, that money is there and it's available. We just need to redirect money correctly and make sure that as little as money goes unaccounted for or through corruption. So playing a role in SCOPA, I think I would like to see SCOPA being, you know, a bulldog that bites. You know, so it must not just be ceremonial. We must not just have reports that are for, you know, tabling and then nothing happens. So I really hope that we can turn around SCOPA and make sure that we hold the executive accountable.
Excellent. Well, we wish you both the very best. Thank you so much for joining us today. Please stay tuned for the rest of our segments. We still have many great interviews, as well as obviously the red carpet and the president's speech later. South Africa, your new MPs, please hold them accountable too. Thank you. Thank you.
Igama lami ngu-Andile Mutama, ndingunyawuza uThahlo Ndayeni ehloba ngoBende sesicebikazi. Ke kgoletse ebile ke belegetswe ko Bokone Bophirima Northwest. Ke tsene sekolo teng ka ba ka tswella pele ka ya ko Wits University. Now on this particular 7th session of Parliament, there are basically two important questions that I wish addressed. The first is the land question. We have played political football with this question for far too long. This session of Parliament must address this question once and for all. The second important thing is to deal with white monopoly capital corruption. You know, people don't know that, for instance, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is captured. And then, of course, we hope we can unify all the black political parties. It is a real indictment that parliament or this parliament is 80% black, but we're unable to constitute two-thirds majority to address the big questions of land, the big questions of the economy. We cannot continue to have a minority controlling our wealth. We must get a share on the diamonds and the gold and the platinum which God has given us. Those are the key things that I'm going to make sure that we address in this session of Parliament. Well, personally, to be a member of Parliament simply means that I am here to be the voice of the voiceless. I'm going to raise the issue of farm workers. These are slaves in this country who continue to be killed and murdered with no recourse whatsoever. Their salaries are shocking, and Parliament has actually legislated that they must get these wages of slavery. We are going to raise that issue very, very sharply and even call for a commission of inquiry on the conditions of farm workers in this country. We are going to go and make sure that all the marginalized people, I mean, here in Parliament, in Cape Town, when there rains, our people get flooded. People die from fire because the conditions are subhuman. We cannot live so well, just a stone throw away, and our people suffer this much. Parliament must intervene and make sure that our people stop living in ihokis as if they are animals.
Sanibonani, my name is Ugugulethu Ukamathonsi Mchunu. I'm from eThekwini, kwaMashu in KZN. Ngizalelwe khona kwaMashu elokishi nje elaziwayo elikhulu elaphana eThekwini. During my spare time, ngiyathanda kakhulu ukuthi ngicule. I am a gospel singer known as Ukamathonsi. And yeah, I'm also dealing kakhulu nabantu besifazane. I have an organization ebizwa ngokuthi Women of Wisdom, where I deal with abantu besifazane from the young age bakhule baze babadala, and ukubafundisa nje indlela zokuphila nobuntu ebantwini. So ngiqhamuka ke kwi-party ebizwa ngomkhonto wesizwe, njengoba ngilana nje kwi-National Assembly, ikakhulu okusenhlizweni yami ukuthi kube khona ushintsho kubantu esiphuma kubona, ikakhulu ngesevile kwi-region yeTheku. Base beyangithemba ukuthi bangidluselelana, and ngiyazi ukuthi nakunezinto eziningi ezizoba noshintsho empilweni zethu, ikakhulu ngoba inhloso yami ikubantu besifazane ukuthi bakhule, bakwazi ukwenza izinto, kungabe ngathi bona abakwazi ukwenza lutho kanti banawo amandla okwenza izinto. So ke inhloso yami ukuthi ngibone iParliament li recognize abantu besifazane kakhulu futhi bekhula kuma careers abo. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Dombenhle Mkhize. I'm currently working as Finance and Fundraising Officer of Inauguration of the Youth League at KwaZulu-Natal. Well, I have interest in youth, particularly because I'm currently leading that. I wish to see youth working, because we have an issue of drugs. Why we have an issue of drugs is because youth are not working. I have also the key, the education. We must see our people involved in education, particularly in higher learning, so that's to be academics. Well, I wish that we can change the constitution in our country constitution, because I believe that we have an issue of land. We need to have our land back as black people, and also we need to create more jobs for for young people and for people of South Africa. We also need to ensure that in education system need to change because remember, at schools we have an issue whereby there is a post vacant, but there's no teachers. They are saying there's no money. Yes, this Parliament, we must make sure that we change the education system and we provide more resource, because if we have more resource, we'll be able to ensure that we will get quality education for our working class or abafundi nje bonke. Well, I'm grateful to be a member of Parliament because when I grow up, I wanted to lead, and I'm happy that I'm here, and I will make sure that I work for our black people and also our citizens as a whole.
My name is Moleboheng Sharon Letlape. I am from Photsaneng village in Rustenburg, Ward 45 in the Northwest Province. I like working outside of work, basically, spending time with young people on the streets of different provinces and communities, doing community work. My interest in the 7th Parliament is basically to make sure that the young people finally get voices. The first thing is would like an attainment of free education, which is a fight that young people have already taken for the longest time. We want young people to get jobs. We want young people to get land. We want young people to be in business and to get the necessary support that they want. And those are some of the things that we will be fighting for. I have interest particularly in the economic freedom fights, is advancing these issues in Parliament, and that ultimately at the end of the 7th Parliament I'll be part of the history of attainment of these issues that have got the best interest of young people at heart.
So we're live from the City Hall in Cape Town, where we'll be having the opening address, where the where the President of the Republic of South Africa will be addressing us. I'm joined in studio here with Honorable Megan Chauke and Honorable Lufefe Mputu. They're both young people under the age of 35. Young people have been saying they want to see more of us. Okay, I'm not there anymore, but more of us as young people in general in Parliament. And it's really exciting to have you both here. Honorable Chauke, we go way back from Waterkloof Primary. Honorable Mputu, we know you've worked in the NYDA. You're a young person leading in the African National Congress Youth League. But for young people who don't know you the way I know you, who is Teofatso?
Teho, thank you so much for having me.
Sure.
So Teofatso Megan Chauke Adonis is a disability rights activist. I'm also a motivational speaker. I'm a youth and woman activist. I'm very much invested in social activism and really accelerating transformation, social inclusion, and economic liberation for persons with disabilities, and really speaking towards driving social inclusion.
Sure.
I'm just a lover of life. I'm visually impaired and someone who has found confidence in her blindness. A mother, a daughter, a sister, and a very loving social activist.
So for someone who doesn't know you, tell us about your journey of becoming visually impaired and how that has impacted your activism.
So my journey of being visually impaired, because I've been visually impaired for the past, I don't know how many years, since 2015, and I lost my sight at a very young age. It propelled me to really understand the needs of persons with disabilities when it comes to economic and social inequalities. It drove me to have a better understanding that there needs to be more representation of persons with disabilities in order for us to actually drive an inclusive society. So being someone who is now visually impaired, my newfound reality and seeing the injustice that's served to persons with disabilities, that's where I have now found my purpose and my passion, and I'm living it each and every single day, because if I'm able to change the lives of future generations to come, then it means I've got a legacy that I'm leaving behind. I must be able to transform the lives of young people with disabilities, their families, caregivers, and communities, and sensitize society as a whole in order for us to, have a just society for everyone.
Mr. Mkutu, ubani uLufefe?
No, Lufefe is from a township called Kwazakele in the Eastern Cape. I grew up in that township, highly politically charged township, where former Robben Islanders, student leaders like Claude Cavane, former president of SASCO, and many youth leaders such as Abunkushu brothers and so on and so forth. I grew up in a politically charged environment at home as well. So my life has always been characterized by politics, actually. So at a young age, I've always been engaged in youth activism. Of course, my first politically conscious moment was really about, because half of my other life comes from the rural areas, deep rural areas of Eastern Cape. And I've always had to exist between these two worlds, and I didn't understand the inequalities. And I think I've always had these questions of what are these inequalities derived from? And I think that was my first political question in my mind. And when I fast forward joined the student movement, I think these answers came to me, of course, through activism, reading. Of course, I mean, outside politics, I'm just out, TJ, I'm an ordinary South African, young South African who comes from the township. I like Kwaito, I like Mapian, I'm just an ordinary TKZ, Kabza, Kabelo. I mean, so this, I mean, that's my life, that's me. I'm an ordinary young black South African, grew up in the township.
Which many young people across the country can relate with, right? So people often think like, when you become a member of parliament, you're this superhuman. No, you're really just an outie from a luxury, you know.
Who sometimes go and stand when I go. I mean, the last time I went home, I mean, about 2 hours in Hlele Namachita, just interacting and reflecting on our good old days. So we're really normal people. There's nothing special about we're ordinary citizens who've just been given a massive responsibility to represent our constituencies and the communities that we come from.
You come from. I love how you share, Wuti, you know, literally you were born into politics. I often tell people about the fact that the youth league in my branch, after demarcation, was formulated Mama, like in our garage, because you know, we come from, I lived in the suburbs. I live in the suburbs, right? You can't easily go and ask Waterkloof Primary School to open up their doors to give you a hall or a classroom to have a branch meeting. So you had to figure out how we make sure that these meetings sit, even if it's in your lounge or in your kitchen or wherever it may be. Honorable Chalke? Yes. We're going into the 7th administration. 3 items that you want to champion, just quick and succinct in a minute. But also, you recently delivered your maiden speech, 2 brilliant speeches. And we know you haven't had the time, because you weren't born visually impaired, to learn Braille. So you are using a different way to communicate, well, I guess, I don't know how you do it, because there's when you're there just speaking. So please tell us, like, how are you doing that?
Let me start off by saying the 3 things that I look to contribute in the 7th administration is how is it that we're going to accelerate economic transformation for all South African citizens, and looking at grassroots level, the ones who are previously disadvantaged cannot remain currently disadvantaged. So we need to work on that. Number 2, it would be how do we sensitize society on the needs of each other? So Ubuntu. We need to speak to Ubuntu. And I think South Africans, we have really forgotten that because of how hectic life has become. We are all focused on ourselves as individuals. It's a me, that we forget to look after our neighbors and we forget to teach our children. Lastly, it would be how do we heighten the work of government and push inclusive education and services. So when we say inclusive education, we must see it. We must see the change in the lives of ordinary South Africans. We must see it when it comes to persons with disabilities being integrated into mainstream schooling and accessing basics services as well. And then when it comes to my maiden speeches, so I was thrown into it, and I tried to practice.
You guys have had a roller coaster of a start to parliament.
It's hectic, let's get new. But but we embrace it, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
So I've just had to memorize, go through everything with my personal assistant.
Sure.
Overnight, I was told about my maiden speech, the second one, literally the night before. Just before I went to bed, I had to go through that. And when I got there, I had technical difficulties with my device.
Yes. And you stayed so calm.
Yeah, even though, you know, opposition was there like, ile GNU. And I had to tell them it's not a GNU.
I'm visually impaired.
I'm visually impaired.
Yeah.
We must have a level of sensitivity and understanding, irrespective of our political differences. But overall, with practice, it will get better.
Absolutely.
I will have a better understanding. And I'm very proud to have had the opportunity to address South Africans. And just for me to do something different, you know? Yeah.
As
make
an
an impact.
ordinary young person sitting at home, listen, I was blown away. I was blown away. And to the many young people who are sitting at home, who are going through similar realities, watching you and having you here is, I think, groundbreaking, right? It gives them hope and to know that they too can be sitting where you are. And I think, Mr. Mkutu, the grace that we need to offer one another, I don't think she needs to do better. I think members of parliament, through her, need to learn to practice grace.
Yeah, of course.
You can't be sitting in a room and assume, I let you and you. Actually, she's visually impaired. And it must have been very awkward when that happened. But Mr. Mkutu, 3 things that you want to champion, particularly on science and innovation. That was my baby the last 5 years, right? So what is it that you want to champion over the next 3 years?
No, I think for me, really, I mean, it's been 30 years since our democracy. You still have issues of structural unemployment, inequality and poverty in our country. And of course, one would have to ask, what has been the role of Parliament in relation to ensuring that there is efficient and effective service delivery at the level of oversight? And of course, I mean, the interaction between our communities and Parliament and the executive. And I think, I mean, if there's one thing that one wishes to add value on, is really bridging the disconnect between Parliament and communities, so that to strengthen its oversight role, because oversight, in a sense, must first be played by communities.
Sure.
And if then you have that connection between Parliament and communities, you are able to I think, advance a more efficient way of providing oversight. So I think for me, the issue of activist parliament in action, I mean, I think if there's one thing through its constituency offices, I think it's one thing that I want to add value on. On the issue of research and technology and innovation, look, I think for me, that department is very strategic in relation to, because it sits at the strategic axis of economic development and growth in our country. And I think, so how do you relate innovation to growth and development? And of course, if you understand our country, one, at the level of apartheid special planning, if you understand our country at the level of inequalities, our people, and when I say our people, I mean Africans in particular and blacks in general, they don't have access to technology. If you look at the infrastructure at the level of schools, it's bad. It doesn't allow them to be innovative. And so for me, the key thing is how do we redress and address the issue of systematic inequality by including more blacks and Africans in the space. I mean, if you look at the report that was done in 2020, I mean, by the Innovation Research Unit, it tells you that, I mean, about less than 40% of professors in science are females.
Sure.
But also white professors are more than black females.
Sure.
And this trend, I mean, if you again go to males and so on and so forth, I mean, so the throughput in universities as well around the issue of science and technology. And of course, the psyche around, again, in our communities, that science and maths is this taboo thing of white people, as if we can't think scientifically ourselves.
Sure.
So we need again, I mean, to reconnect with our people and ensure that we create the space for them to grow and develop. But another aspect is that science as well has been.
I want us to, Honorable Nkutu, you know, sitting here as the former chairperson of higher education, science and innovation, I am put at ease that the next cohort of members who will continue with that sector are members who know what exactly is needed in that sector. Parliament TV, I say again, you have so much work to do to continue engaging with our members of Parliament. We're with Honorable Megan Chauke, Honorable Lufefe Mkutu from the African National Congress. They are young people under the age of 35, serving on the committees of women, youth and persons with disability, serving on the Committee of Science and Innovation and other committees, right? GNU has given them many committees to sit on, right? Because the numbers are fewer in the African National Congress. But we wish you well, guys, and we commit ourselves as young people, and I'm making this commitment on behalf of all young people in the country, that we are going to support you. There's only a few, look, the numbers have increased, so young people who have, through civic education programs and voter education dialogues, expressed the need for us to have more young people in Parliament. Guys, we have made progress. We have a greater cohort of young people in the 7th administration, and we must be proud of ourselves in terms of how we voted as young people and as citizens, and how some of these parties deployed to the National Assembly and to the NCOP, right? But these young people are not magicians. They are not going to make wonders happen without our support. This is the Youth Takes Oath, a segment of Parliament TV that will be profiling young members of Parliament in the 7th administration. Stay tuned for more conversations. We'll join you later. You'll be engaging or listening to speakers of the various legislatures and other ministers and deputy ministers. We're live from the City Hall in Cape Town.